never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A New York federal judge is temporarily blocking efforts by the Trump administration to deport a student leader of a recent pro-Hamas, anti-Israel demonstration at Columbia University.
Free Mahmoud Khalil, no!
There were demonstrations on Monday both uptown outside Columbia University and downtown in Foley Square. Khalil, a Syrian-born pro-Palestinian activist, was arrested at a student housing apartment Saturday night and is being held in an immigration detention center in Louisiana. In a Truth Social post, President Trump signaled that this is just the beginning of deportations. He said the Trump administration will not tolerate students who've engaged in pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic, anti-American activity. Khalil is due in court on Wednesday. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries expects Democrats to vote against the spending bill proposed by Republicans.
House Democrats will not be complicit in the Republican effort to hurt the American people.
Jeffries said today the bill is something they could never support, and adds the bill does nothing to protect Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Republicans are expected to bring the bill to the House floor tomorrow. Without a new spending bill, the federal government will shut down on Friday. Wall Street took a tumble today.
Stocks plunged as a 3-week sell-off intensified over concerns about Trump administration tariffs and the impact on the economy. The tech-heavy Nasdaq fell about 4%, with Tesla, Alphabet, and Meta among the biggest losers. All three major indexes finished sharply lower. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 890 points. The S&P 500 fell 155 points. The Nasdaq plunged 727 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
A professional football player and a comedian are the latest public figures named in a lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs. NFL wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. and comedian Drewski are accused of being involved in a 2018 incident where a woman claims she was sexually assaulted by Combs and others. The alleged victim has filed a lawsuit against Combs that implicates over a dozen defendants. Both Beckham and Drewski have denied the allegations. This is the latest in over 100 lawsuits filed against Combs, who was arrested in September and faces a number of racketeering and sex trafficking charges. More government job cuts are coming to the nation's Weather, Climate, and Oceans Agency.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is cutting more than 1,000 staffers as part of President Trump's mandated federal workforce firings. This is in addition to the about 1,300 workers at NOAA who have already been laid off or resigned recently. Some activities at NOAA, including launching weather balloons, have been suspended over worker shortages. I'm Brian Shook.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul is heavily criticizing the Trump administration for trying to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education. She spoke at a teachers' union event in Albany today.
So we're going to take it to the streets, we're going to take it to congressional office and make them look in the eyes of our kids and tell them they're going to go back to Washington and vote against them. I dare them that they cannot do it.
The effort to shut down the department is part of the overall plan to cut government spending and eliminate bureaucratic bloat. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
Alrighty, cue the microphone. Just like that, we close out a Monday. Another day in the books. Check another box on the calendar. Yeah, we're going to work our way into the 11th day of March. That'll be a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start here. What do we have? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. We'll take 50 degrees, clear skies outside the secret bunker after a beautiful weather start to the new week. What a beautiful day Monday. Plenty of sunshine. Temperatures warming up. Things get a little bit interesting as we roll into Tuesday, Wednesday. Weather-wise, around the country, it's a very, very quiet night. Overall, we've got just a few lingering showers over the eastern portions of North Carolina and South Carolina. A frontal system is finally pushed off the East Coast. That line of showers and thunderstorms that passed through Florida this past day actually had some damaging tornadoes, torrential rains, flash flooding. Aside from our showers there, most of the country, we are pretty much high and dry. Our next storm is poised to come ashore in Southern California. We see plenty of rain off the coast from just south of San Francisco down to the LA area. Those rains will be coming in during the overnight hours. And that's where we'll begin. Let's start on the West Coast and work our way to the east, because with our storms rolling ashore from the Pacific, each of these systems will progressively be crossing from west to east and bringing with them a little bit of everything. Blizzard conditions, potentially a major severe weather outbreak later in the week. So here we go. Two storms going to roll ashore from the Pacific, with one aiming for Southern California, followed by a second larger storm that will blast much of the West Coast with drenching rain and heavy mountain snow. While the storms will create some travel problems for some, forecasters say this is also beneficial drought relief. The first storm pushing into Southern California late Monday night and Tuesday, quickly pressing eastward across the interior Southwest and then the South Central states by midweek. The Tuesday storm bringing up to an inch of rain to coastal areas of Southern California, the greatest amounts and locally higher totals along the west and south-facing slopes of the coast ranges. San Diego should receive a thorough soaking. Could be your biggest single storm rain event of the wet season that started all the way back on the 1st of October. Same storm will produce some severe weather across the south central states come midweek here. Then a much more potent, far-reaching storm will drop southward along the Pacific coast Wednesday to Thursday. This is going to bring soaking lower elevation rain and significant snow to the passes and higher elevations of the Washington and Oregon Cascades come midweek. In these areas, the precip will linger through the end of the week, but as the air turns colder, snow levels will dip to nearly 1,000 feet by Friday, way down. That may allow some snowflakes to be seen on the hills around Seattle and Portland, Oregon. Wednesday and Thursday, the main thrust of the storm's moisture is forecast to be directed at California, when that corridor of heavy rain and mountain snow will slide southward. Much of this rain falls in a 12-hour time frame. Could be intense enough to lead to some urban flooding, road washouts, debris flows, and other slides at lower elevations, especially in the coastal areas from San Francisco to L.A., down into San Diego. Snow can fall several inches per hour, easily overwhelming the road crews, leaving motorists potentially stranded. As that storm drops southward along the coast, some of the major airport hubs from Seattle to San Diego may experience ground stops, flight cancellations. In the Sierra Nevada, a general 2 to 4 feet of snow is forecast to fall over the higher elevations. Highest areas could see snowfall of 7 feet, some of the ridges and the peaks. Soon after the snow piles up, the risk of avalanches will increase on those steep slopes. Motorists should expect lengthy delays with slippery conditions and the potential for road closures. Portions of Interstates 5 and 80 over the higher terrain may close for a time spanning Wednesday to Thursday. Now, snow levels are going to dip to near pass levels over the Grapevine in Southern California, up to a few inches possible Wednesday night to Thursday night. The ridges and peaks on the mountains of Southern California may pick up a foot or more of snow. Thursday to Friday, the storm crosses the Intermountain West. Low elevation rain and mountain snow before triggering the outbreak of severe weather over the central states. We're looking ahead Friday to Saturday. Severe weather on the southern flank, blizzard conditions for the northern plains. And then more storms kind of lining up over the Pacific with eyes on the west coast. At least one significant storm is due in the northwest in California later next weekend. Additional storms likely for at least part of the northwest next week as well. Very stormy pattern. Yeah, the storms through the middle of the month will continue to bolster the lakes, the reservoirs, and the rivers in the northwest and into northern California. The storms into this weekend will also continue to chip away at the short-term drought conditions that developed in Southern California since the start of the rainy season. So the same storm that's going to bring the feet of snow to the Sierra Nevada midweek, gaining strength over the central states later this week. These storms, the cold side is going to bring accumulating snow and difficult travel from the Rockies to the upper Midwest to end the week. So we're getting advance notice here several days away. Just as the storm's warm sector will trigger a severe weather outbreak over the Mississippi Valley, dust and dry air will cause dust storms and the risk of wildfires in the southwest. The zone stretching from Colorado to the Dakotas to Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, all going to have to deal with the cold, snowy side of the storm. The exact area where the heaviest snow falls going to depend on how quickly and how much the storm ramps up and whether a band of snow is able to wrap around the back side of the storm and kind of linger there. But this storm is forecast to strengthen enough to create winds in excess of 35 miles per hour, visibility in snow or blowing snow for at least 3 hours in some areas. That would be the criteria for blizzard. We'll see some blizzard warnings later this week. Travel will become dangerous for a time along portions of several interstates. I-29, 35, the 80, 90, and 94 corridors. In part of the upper Midwest, accumulating snow and potential blizzard conditions is going to be right on the heels of the surge of warm air with some rain and or severe thunderstorms. You're going to kind of experience several seasons back to back in the period of just a couple of days later this week. All right, so coming up, we'll take a look at the severe weather side of this system. Forecasters given, again, plenty of advance notice. Yeah, the time frame looks to be Friday into Saturday in particular. Powerful storm. Again, we'll break it down. Meanwhile, what do we have going on here? Philly Dan says, good morning from the city of brotherly love. Marianne in the house. Hello, Steve, the overnight family. Happy Taco Tuesday. Yeah, last week it was Tariff Tuesday. Today, I guess we're back to Taco Tuesday. Gary on board early on here. Morning, Steve, all the overnight family. Happy Taco Tuesday. Let's roll. High pressure pumping on board. Tapeworm checks in from Brunswick, Georgia tonight. Yeah, the wind brought in a little cooler air. I wish it would blow in some better rates here in the trucking industry. I hear you there. Tank, good morning, Steve. 55 in Joseph City, Arizona. Headed westbound to Fontana, California. Truck safe, everybody. Have a blessed day. Shorty, all right, getting the week started there. I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia with 51 degrees. Getting his week started with Orlando, turnaround number 1. Dirty Harry, hello, Steve and friends. Looks like Doc Holliday made it home safely for some rest and relaxation. Lots of fishing. But up here, just south of Buffalo, we had an escaped prisoner that had a manhunt. They found him camping. It was criminal intent. Okay. Dirty Harry, you're messed up. Criminal intent. Let's see. Jerry, good morning, everybody. Hope all is well. Congratulations to the Steve Sommers overnight drive on an amazing wrestling win there. That was really cool. Yeah, that was my nephew, Lucas, Big Ten champion. Yeah, I think last evening I said it would be on to Philadelphia next weekend. I think it's 2 weeks, 2 weekends. Not this upcoming, but the following. That'll be the NCAA big-time tournament. You know, just like other sports, in college sports, this is coming down like March Madness is getting underway, all the various teams around the country. In wrestling throughout the season, there's about 2,400 collegiate wrestlers that are competing through the season for an opportunity for the invite to the big NCAA tournament. When that rolls around, about 300, I believe it's 330, 340 wrestlers will converge this year in Philadelphia. And, of course, several days whittling down to who will be the overall national champion in each of the respective weight limits. Lucas wrestles in the 133-pound category, so... yeah, big thing there. It's pretty cool. He's so excited about the Big Ten win. He's been wrestling pretty much his entire life, right? Through the middle school, high school, state participation, on to the Fighting Illini right now as he kind of wraps up his college season. All right, where did we leave off there? Sorry, Jerry, I got sidetracked. You heard anything in Arkansas about arresting drivers if they cannot read, write, or speak the English language? Yeah, we did touch on that Friday morning. We'll delve into that again. It's a piece of legislation that's right now, I believe, in the Transportation Committee. It's state legislation. But all that kind of right on the heels of our discussions over last week. Much discussion about an increase in fatal accidents out there, and much of that being attributed to drivers who cannot read the language. Thus, they cannot read the signs or notifications. And then, of course, unable to speak and communicate with law enforcement. So, yeah, we'll delve into that a bit more here just ahead. Big thanks to Hot Shot Secret for putting another great show on tonight. And don't forget, tell them you love them every chance you get. Jeffrey, hello from Florida. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. There's our old pal, Kentucky Ken. Good morning, overnight drive crew. Steve Sommers, beautiful day in northern Kentucky in the greater Cincinnati area. Hoping all the drivers have safe travels and hope everybody has a safe night. I miss y'all. From Kentucky Ken. All right, hope all's going with you, well with you. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's the midnight hour, 48 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Yes, what a beautiful day it was. Yeah, man, if we could bottle that one up and save it. Looks like another beautiful day in store for us here Tuesday. Let's go. Get her started. Hammer down. Be safe. All right. Are you with me? Thank you very much there. Warren says, how can I watch this live other than Facebook? Okay, Warren, if you go to YouTube, we're on YouTube, overnightdriveradio.com. If you go to YouTube, actually, it should pop up right there at the top of the screen as a live event. We are also streaming live on Rumble. Yeah, so rumble.com, you can stream that. Those are all three places you can watch. Of course, listening-wise, you can catch us live, overnightdriveradio.com. The easiest way is to download the app on your smartphone, Android or iPhone. Just go to your respective app store and type in overnightdriveradio.com. You need the .com. It's a free download, and push of the button, and there we are live. Once the live stream wraps up on any given morning, usually by midday, all the various streaming apps, your Spotify's, your iHeart's, you name it, the replays are available where you can go back and listen to missed episodes at any time, day or night. So there you go. Good to have you with us, Warren. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, let's say hello to Gilligan. Getting his week started there on a Monday night, Tuesday morning. Driving in the moonlight at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. He said they got 40 degrees out there. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Okay, thank you much. Yeah, it looks like Warren was asking about other places. He did say, is there an audio-only version? So looks like several of our friends are giving them word. Download the app there. That's a majority of the drivers out there use the app because you're able to turn off the screen, right? My understanding is if you got like the Facebook or the YouTube stream going, the light on the phone, the screen is lit up, which that's illegal. You're not supposed to have anything streaming on your phone visually. So yeah, download the app. You can turn off the screen. Most drivers actually, you can plug your smartphone in to the USB there in your truck radio and listen through the speakers just like we're live on AM, FM, anything like that. Now let's see. The app is live, Warren. If you're looking at the screen, just disregard that. They've been working on this for some time. The screen says February 27th. No, it's live. We are March 11, a Tuesday morning. So yeah, just disregard what it says on the screen. There you go. He's trying to get it together. Double trucker, 48 degrees in Lodi. What a beautiful day we had in Western New York. We're hooked and ready to head back after the break. I'll be listening a bit later on the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble. Buckeye Boy checking from Ackworth, Georgia, 43 degrees. We kind of started the day off rainy, then cleared up nicely about 2 in the afternoon. We were able to get that delivery off okay, and I'm going to take off until the 18th. So he's got a full week off. All right. Hope you enjoy that time off. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Tony joins us. Hello, Hot Shots Nation from the southern Illinois along the bowels of the Ohio River. 50 degrees, clear skies tonight. All right, good to have you with us. There's sunshine checking in, 50 degrees as well here at 19 in Wilmington, Ohio. And Bob joins us from Michigan this morning. All right, just unfolding here a few hours ago. It occurred about 7:30 Eastern time. Apparently had a bus headed back to New York. I don't know a whole lot about who was aboard, what school. I would presume it's basketball season, probably some sort of a sports-related kind of event. 13 hurt, including one child who suffered critical injuries when the bus headed back to New York crashed on the Golden State Parkway. Again, this was about 7:30 p.m., about 5 hours ago. The bus had 31 occupants when it crashed on the northbound side at the New Jersey Parkway mile marker 170.9. According to the mayor, footage from the CBS News 2 chopper showing the bus turned over on its side, facing the opposite direction of traffic just ahead of exit 171 near the James Gandolfini service area in Montvale. A mass of first responders were on the scene surrounding the bus on the parkway. Firefighters participating in the rescue efforts there. Again, limited information at this point, but 13 hurt, one in critical condition. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the first responders and the neighboring towns' first responders for their swift assistance. Special thanks to the Rockland Ambulance Service for arriving on the scene to help. Tonight, our thoughts and prayers are with the injured and their families. A difficult time. It's not clear to where in New York the bus was traveling. This is an ongoing investigation here. Within the hour, I could see the tow trucks were on the scene looking to right the bus. So at this point, no word of any fatalities. Just last week was it now we were discussing safety restraints on school buses, weren't we?
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries expects Democrats to vote against the spending bill proposed by Republicans.
House Democrats will not be complicit in the Republican effort to hurt the American people.
Jeffries said today the bill is something they could never support and adds the bill does nothing to protect Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Republicans are expected to bring the bill to the House floor tomorrow. Without a new spending bill, the federal government will shut down on Friday. Wall Street took a tumble today.
Stocks plunged as a 3-week sell-off intensified over concerns about Trump administration tariffs and the impact on the economy. All three major indexes finished sharply lower. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 890 points. The S&P 500 fell 155 points. The Nasdaq plunged 727 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, those phone lines are open, so indeed you can dial us up. It's 844-844-3388. A lot of forecasters all over the country kind of zooming in on late this week. One very popular weather forecaster, Philip, cites him on a regular basis. Philip from Florida is Mike's Weather Page. Mike'sWeatherPage.com. I use that from time to time as well. But he's got a map. He said, what the heck do these colors mean? Yeah, we see the typical... the greens, the yellows, the reds. And there's a lot of deep purple on this map. He said, these colors are deep low pressure, basically spinning in big-time winds and storms at the end of the week and this weekend for many. We're talking pressure under 980 millibars. That means trouble. Details are starting to come together and looking likely from the upper Gulf northward, then eastward. All right, so the map he's depicting, it's just the forecast here, but the central pressure dropping significantly right in the heart of the country. AccuWeather, this is the latest they have to break it down for us. As this powerful storm takes shape just east of the Rockies, starting the middle of the week, forecasters are predicting a vast eruption of severe weather, including the potential for tornadoes Friday and Saturday in a zone from the Great Plains to the Mississippi Valley. Should this develop to its full potential, could be one of the strongest storms on record for this region of the country in terms of that low pressure. The more intense the storm, the greater the amount of energy that's available for severe weather, rain, snow, and winds in general. Even a more moderate typical storm for the middle of March is going to produce a significant, large, multi-day severe weather threat that includes the risk of tornadoes. So here's what they're saying at this point. Some locally severe thunderstorms will erupt well ahead of the main storm on Wednesday over the south-central USA. This may be followed by a few potent thunderstorms over parts of western and central Texas and Oklahoma, then later Thursday and Thursday night. But Friday, the scope of this could be huge. Friday is going to be the first big day in terms of area coverage. Severe weather associated with this storm, close to 500,000 square miles of the central states, may be at risk for severe thunderstorms. Numerous severe storms are forecast in the states of Arkansas, Mississippi, Iowa, and Illinois. Greatest threat Friday will be winds, high winds, gusts 65 to 75. Common gusts could approach 100 miles per hour. Now, a number of these storms may also produce large, damaging hail and torrential downpours Friday. Yeah, due to the intensity of this system, winds are going to be strong and widespread, even outside of thunderstorm activity. Friday, the area subject to wind gusts of greater than 40 miles per hour and capable of producing sporadic power outages may actually exceed 1 million square miles. And of course, where you've got dry conditions, these high winds could lead to rapidly moving wildfires. Storms continue to progress into a zone of warm air Saturday. In some cases, we're talking the warmest weather we've seen since last fall. This will likely have many folks outside enjoying the warmer weather, maybe taking a short road trip as this is going to be rolling into the weekend. If you're not paying attention to the severe weather risk, you need to be sure your weather apps, your phones are charged. Saturday, the threat of severe weather will extend from the central Gulf Coast all the way northward to the Great Lakes region. AccuWeather forecasters believe the greatest concentration of severe storms will be in southeastern Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, middle and eastern Tennessee, western portions of the Florida Panhandle, as well as western Georgia. The concentration of severe weather in the southern states could possibly limit the scope of severe weather in the Midwest, taking all the intensity, the moisture, all coming down in the south, kind of starving areas further north of the moisture they need. Just like Friday, the greatest threat are going to be damaging winds, large hail, and torrential downpours. Some models are depicting the forward speed of this squall line maybe stalling out briefly. That could boost the risk of flooding in the area of the southern Appalachians and parts of the Tennessee Valley. Now, both Friday and Saturday may bring a significant tornado threat. The number and intensity is going to depend on the isolated storms, the supercells that are able to unfold ahead of the main squall line. Those supercells are the ones that bring some of the strongest tornadoes. All right, the likelihood of severe weather and the threat of tornadoes does not stop during the sunset. Both Friday and Saturday, dangerous storms will continue well into the late night, overnight hours. Even if we don't have very many supercell thunderstorms, there's still going to be embedded tornadoes in the solid squall line of thunderstorms that are producing widespread straight-line wind gusts, as well as those torrential downpours. All right. Early advance notice. Heads up. Later this week, things could get downright ugly. Of course, we're not here with you on Friday nights into Saturday morning or Saturday nights to give you the latest updates live. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board. We've got measles in the headlines. Is this highly unusual? There are outbreaks occasionally in pockets of the country. Some are saying this is being overhyped. But the latest unfolded just last week. This has been 2 weeks in a row now. Virginia health officials have confirmed a passenger returning to the U.S. on a flight at Washington Dulles International Airport was afflicted with the measles. So how long that flight would have been, how many people were on board that flight, they're not giving us the details yet, but obviously in the confines of an airline or a bus trip, you're all breathing the same recirculated air. Anyone aboard this flight could have contracted the measles. Now, the airport and local and state health officials are trying to contact everyone who may have come into close contact with the unidentified traveler. At this point, this health event happened on March the 5th. Neither the airport nor health officials have said how many people may have been exposed, but we do know measles is highly contagious, could lead to severe complications for anyone that contracts it. We do know we have confirmed cases in at least 12 U.S. states right now since the start of the year. It is not known how many foreign countries are dealing with outbreaks or exposure incidents. Virginia health officials declined to specify whether the returning traveler has where they had visited while abroad. Details about the specific flight the passenger was on are also being withheld at this point, as people who were aboard that flight who may have been exposed are individually being contacted, they say. Health officials have verified the potential exposure site and time at the airport. It would have been Dulles International Airport in Terminal A, on transportation to the main terminal and in the baggage claim area between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. last Wednesday, March the 5th. Obviously, again, the particular flight this individual was on has not been divulged yet, but whatever flight arrived, it was somewhere between 4 and 9 p.m. Infants under 12 months of age are particularly vulnerable, since the vaccines cannot be administered until a child reaches at least 1 year old. Anyone who suspects being exposed, who is not fully vaccinated, is recommended to seek medical care. And again, it all starts out like a typical cold or the flu, with all those normal flu-like symptoms before the rash and the high fever begin to develop. But lots. It seems like 2 weeks in a row we've had a flight returning from somewhere abroad with individuals bringing the measles back into the United States. Clear lines here on a Tuesday morning, feeling like a Monday at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret's Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, some industry headlines to throw your way. The numbers are in for the month of February. Transportation sector jobs. The update says typical seasonal decreases in freight combined with the looming threat of tariffs had a negative impact on trucking jobs last month. With potentially more job losses on the horizon. Latest numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics says nearly 2,000 trucking jobs were eliminated from the economy in February. That continues the trucking industry, our purge of excess drivers. After that surge of new carriers in the wake of the pandemic. Since January of 2023, employment in trucking has decreased in all but 5 months. Preliminary numbers suggested trucking jobs began to rally from November through January. However, the revised data shows that employment is up by only 600 jobs from October, significantly down from the previously reported gain of 7,000 jobs in January. Now, compared to last February, truck driver jobs are down by more than 15,000. The noisy signals coming from the latest employment report from the government kind of syncs up with the back and forth in the freight market sentiment. David Spencer is Vice President of Market Intelligence at Arrive Logistics. He said seasonal slowdowns and clarity around the impact of tariffs kind of lowered the expectations from the previous month when stakeholders were more optimistic about trucking conditions. Now, more trucking jobs may be lost if the current freight environment does not show signs of significant improvement. The most likely scenario moving forward is a gradual downward trend in total employment as trucking companies continue to fight off lower levels of profitability and right-size their operations to be as efficient as possible until we see some sort of a meaningful shift in market conditions. Jason Miller, an associate professor of supply chain management at Michigan State University, told Landline Now that President Trump's tariffs can be good for some trucking companies, but bad for others. He expects the losses to outweigh the gains. If you're a trucking company, you now need to start sort of planning for one of those not so good case scenarios for how 2025 could work out. Now, Landline Now did a full interview with Jason Miller. White has said that although it's too soon to know how the tariffs may impact the trucking industry, they could actually slow down the anticipated recovery from the freight recession. Tariffs on America's trade partners have the potential to inhibit the recovery that's been acutely felt by America's small business truckers, but it's too early to make predictions on specific downstream economic effects. Now, OOIDA's trade experts continue to monitor the effects of these policies as these trade negotiations development, and they say they'll keep members informed. All right, got other industry headlines we'll get to. Things are doing a full turnaround. There was other analysts talking about which sectors of the trucking industry would be better, would bode better in regards to this whole trade war scenario and tariffs. According to what I'm seeing, and we'll break some of this down for you, it looks like the LTL sector would benefit more. The truckload sector, not so well. All right, Knucklebuster on board here as we kick things off on a Tuesday morning. What do you say, Knucklebuster?
I think if you had lines wide open, I better call in there, get something going anyway there, right? Morning, Mr. T. Sommers. I got a thing from the driver, an excavator on a trailer decimated a highway overpass there, so I think it was up there in Washington State. I didn't really get a chance to read the whole article, so I just kind of glanced at it, went over there. I don't know. Them excavators be kind of hard on them.
Hey, this one did a lot of damage. A lot of cement busted away. You could see there a lot of rebar kind of dangling down from that overpass. Big time damage.
Oh yeah, well, I ain't a smart man, but I know when somebody's messed up anyway, even including my field there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I ain't got a whole lot of baloney yet. I've been real busy today trying to get unloaded, reloaded, get back to Memphis there, so I just wanted to chime in right quick. Say good morning to you. We're out here. Listen, you people need to start calling in. Steve's a good old guy now. He's not going to bite your head off, man. Not unless you get like Sundance or something. All right.
Exactly.
All
right, Knucklebuster.
Don't get his blood pressure up.
We get it kicked off here on a Tuesday morning. Thank you.
Yep.
It is 844-844-3388. About 7 before the hour. Hello to Rubber Duck, who says, I loaded without pants on today. He was wearing shorts. Yeah, scared the folks in Chicago with my little white legs. All right. Man, it felt good to ride around with the window down this past day. Enjoying the warm-up. Paul says, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew checking in from the eastern shore of Maryland. Good to have you with us there. As far as the trade war is concerned, all right, U.S., Canada, things are kind of ugly. Of course, Sunday, the Liberal Party in Canada had their election. And we know who's going to be replacing Justin Trudeau. The incoming Prime Minister, Mark Carney, striking a rather defiant note, vowing to win President Trump's trade war, and also stating his country will never be part of the United States. He lost no time standing up for the Canadian way of life after the Liberal Party overwhelmingly elected him on Sunday to succeed Justin Trudeau. Carney, speaking to supporters in Ottawa this past day, said, we did not ask for this fight, but Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves. So the Americans, they should make no mistake. In trade, just like in hockey, Canada will win. Oh, boy. Canada has never ever or will be a part of America in any way, shape, or form. Now, he's going to be taking over for Trudeau here in the coming days. He may not have the job for very long. Canada must hold elections by October. But they could well see a snap poll within a matter of weeks. Current opinion polls had the opposition, conservatives, as slight favorites recently. But Carney warned in his victory speech Sunday that the United States under Trump was seeking to seize control of Canada. The Americans want our resources, our water, our land, our country. Yeah, these were dark days brought on by a country we no longer trust. We're all being called to stand up for the Canadian way of life. Now, this guy, Carney, previously led both the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England. He soundly defeated his main challenger Sunday, which was Trudeau's former deputy prime minister, who held senior cabinet positions in the Liberal government. She was first elected in 2015. Yeah, Carney won 85.9% of the nearly 152,000 votes that were cast. Now, the British Prime Minister congratulating Carney, saying, "I look forward to working closely on shared international priorities." China, which has a turbulent relationship with Canada, also congratulated Carney, but also said it hoped the country could pursue a positive and pragmatic policy towards China. Celebrating the outcome in Ottawa, the party loyalist Corey Stevenson said the Liberal Party has the wind in its sails. Yeah, others from around the world kind of responding there. And then you've got the Ontario Premier threatening to cut off the power. More on that coming up. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A New York federal judge is temporarily blocking efforts by the Trump administration to deport a student leader of recent pro-Hamas, anti-Israel demonstrations at Columbia University.
Free Mahmoud Khalil, no!
Khalil, a Syrian-born pro-Palestinian activist, was arrested at a student housing apartment Saturday night and is being held in an immigration detention center. President Trump signaled that this is just the beginning of deportations. He said the Trump administration will not tolerate students who've engaged in pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic, anti-American activity. Khalil is due in court on Wednesday. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Washington, D.C. police are investigating after Secret Service agents shot a man near the White House early yesterday morning.
An agency spokesperson says agents confronted the armed suspect who allegedly pulled out a gun before being shot and was taken to the hospital in unknown condition. President Trump was at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida at the time of the incident. Later on Sunday, fighter jets from NORAD intercepted a civilian aircraft after it entered restricted airspace over Mar-a-Lago. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump says he wants to finish the border wall by the end of his second term.
Terrell County Sheriff Thaddeus Cleveland says this should not be controversial. The Texas border lawman says walls have been built by both Republican and Democratic presidents. Work is now underway for a new 18-foot-tall border wall in a rural part of South Texas near the tip. The Border Patrol said on social media it will replace the current 6-foot-tall guardrails. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Canada has selected their next prime minister. Yesterday, Canada's Liberal Party announced Mark Carney, elected to succeed Justin Trudeau.
Donald Trump, as we know, has put unjustified tariffs on what we build, on what we sell, on how we make a living. And we cannot let him succeed.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
3 people are dead following a medical helicopter crash in rural Mississippi.
We have had confirmation from law enforcement officials on site that there are no survivors.
Dr. Lou Ann Woodward with the University of Mississippi Medical Center says the helicopter was carrying 2 of its employees and a pilot. It's not yet known what caused the crash, but the FAA and NTSB are currently investigating. The Iowa Department of Natural Resources will be conducting controlled burns in 3 central Iowa counties this spring.
The DNR will conduct burns on wildlife areas in Boone, Story, and Polk counties. The department says the goal is to control invasive plant species, lower the potential for wildfires, and improve the habitat for wildlife. The size of the burns will vary, ranging from a small number of acres to several hundred. Burns typically start in the late morning and are completed by mid-afternoon from mid-March through mid-May. I'm Elaine Lee Irvin.
Wendy Williams has been taken to the hospital following a wellness check at her Manhattan assisted living facility. The former talk show host and New Jersey resident was seen throwing notes to reporters from her room late Monday morning. Williams called 911 herself and was taken to the Lenox Hill Hospital for evaluation. This as authorities are investigating the 60-year-old's guardianship, including the living conditions of the facility in which she stays. Williams was diagnosed with dementia and placed in the care of a legal guardian back in 2022, but several people close to her state that she doesn't suffer from any memory issues. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
liking some of the comments from our new Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy. He said the Department of Transportation will no longer prioritize social justice or environmental issues when it comes to infrastructure projects. Tell you what he had to say this past day. Coming up here as we get hour number 2 underway. Yeah, our 2-time world champion bull hauler crossed my mind when I saw the story out of Hamlin County, Tennessee, where locals there helped rescue over 100 cattle over the weekend after a crash between a semi and a cattle trailer. According to the East Hamlin Volunteer Fire Department, crews were dispatched to the scene just before 10 p.m. Upon arrival, firefighters found the truck with the cattle trailer on its side next to a downed power pole. The driver was not hurt. Officials were concerned, though, that the cattle on board were trapped and many injured. Without many individuals from the community, they say, this mission could not have been successful. According to the volunteer fire chief, we truly needed your help, and you were there in great support. We appreciate your efforts and assistance. Officials made cuts into the trailer to get to the cattle. But as they were working, the volunteer fire department said over 30 people arrived to help rescue the trapped cattle. The operation took about 5 hours. Didn't mention if there were cattle fatalities or how many were injured, things of that nature, but there you go. It's Senor Heatwave. I guess kind of getting your week started. What's happening out there?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. I just crossed into Arizona. It said winter weather driving conditions. Did I miss something here from the first hour when you were giving out the weather reports? I was talking to Sean Stoller and Gilligan there, and we looked down. It was 8 after. I'm like, whoop, we got to get to Steve's show. But, I didn't hear much about any strange weather happening today or tonight. So,
well,
last week
you got a winter storm watch there in southern portions of Nevada. Winter weather advisories, looks like over in the winter storm warnings. Big storm coming in Southern California, and that's in the looks like Wednesday into Thursday. So it's, I guess, given advance notice about the incoming storm.
Gee, I wish they would have said that instead of making it sound like it's happening right now. So, all righty. Well, that's good news. Well, last week was a kind of a bust for me. Seemed like every night out I was back at the motel, either due to a lack of freight or the weather or some damn idiot hauling a excavator on a flatbed. It's like, no. You use a lowboy for that. Well, apparently this idiot figured he was going along at a great rate of speed, and he's been through the other overpasses, so what's the chances of him hitting this one?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was pretty damn good, yeah. So were there more than one overpasses getting hit this weekend? Or was Knucklebuster thinking that the one down in Lordsburg, New Mexico was actually up in Washington State?
There was more than one.
Oh, there was?
Yes.
Holy crap. Guess I need to pull my head out of the sand. I know someone thought I was going to say ass, but I wasn't going to go that far. But, well, shoot. What the hell is going on with these people out here? I mean, we got enough homegrown idiots of our own out here driving these trucks, not with a care in the world, and I don't know who or what the driver was of the one down in southern New Mexico, but dadgum. And then what y'all saying, or what the transportation department saying there's 15,000 fewer drivers. Well, should be a little bit more means that there ought to be a little bit more parking at some of these rest areas, and maybe we can go ahead and avoid some of these H1B1 bingo card people out there. And I'm sure there's a lot of good drivers, but it only takes one bad apple to ruin the whole damn barrel. So I don't know. I guess we'll figure that one out. What else has been going on? Yeah, Canada want the Ottawa premier, or whatever you want to call him, governor, wanting to shut the power off to the states. Well, the big question is, why are we buying electrical power from Canada?
Yeah, that same question was asked. I think apparently it's about 1.5 million customers in several states there along the northern tier. We buy the power generated there in Canada.
Oh, okay. So it's not like they're supplying a lot of states with a lot of population in the states. It just a little bit there on the tip.
It's parts of Michigan, Minnesota, and I think like upstate New York. That's where, right there along the Canadian border.
Okay. All right. Well, I was going to say, those activists, they wanted the turbines and they wanted solar panels, and they didn't want natural gas, which burns clean. They didn't want coal powered, and they didn't want nuclear. Well, I guess they're getting what they asked for. The world of hurt. So really, it was probably a matter of convenience, since electricity was already up there. They just figured to send an umbilical cord up and give these people there around the border states a little bit of a jump start. Yeah. So I might have started something on your fan page with Eagle, and I'd seen where someone said, "Eagle, wake up and get with the times," and I put my 2 bits in there. I said, I'm not attacking you. I'm just stating an observation. And someone said, "Well, you're the one who's always bitching about losing money with yellow." I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. I just letting folks know that the drivers are getting screwed, and I'm one of them. But that's another story for another time. I'll take the critique, with a grain of salt and for what it's worth. But I didn't mean to start, an anti-Eagle hate page. I'm just telling it like it is. These were my observations, and I just called them out on it. And if someone gets butthurt because I made mention about it, so be it. But he does come up with some gems every now and then. But of course, I don't listen to the show every night, especially Sunday into Monday, because I'm usually sleeping at that time. And I know that if I say something that you already talked about, I would certainly hope that you would call me on it saying, "Hey, we done talked about that," so I can go off to another subject. But oh well. So I didn't mean to start anything up on your fan page. So the Bearcats, how'd they do in the Big 12 basketball? They wind up half decent, or in the bottom tier, or top tier? What's going on there?
Well, you're asking the wrong guy. March Madness is not underway yet, so I have no idea who's doing what.
Well, how they finish in regular season? Were they, somewhere up in there competitive?
I have not followed them.
Shame. Oh, goodness. Well, I tell you what, A&M, Texas A&M, I guess they are going to be the number 5 seed in the SEC tournament. You just can't not brag on Texas A&M. They're one of the schools that's like flash in the pan. They'll start off good, and then they'll just drop it. And it don't matter if it's football, basketball, baseball, track, whatever. It seems like those kids get such a big head that they don't realize you actually have to earn your position. I mean, hell, you would think that whole damn bunch was nothing but a bunch of DEI or DIE or whatever the hell that thing was, DEI. They think, just because we're here, we're great, and everyone needs to bow down to us. And it's you got to earn it. It's called a merit-based system for a reason. That's why they keep records. And and my daughter, she was complaining on Facebook about how the merit-based system is going back to the good old boy system, or back to discrimination. And I don't talk politics with her because she is on that other side of the aisle. But, there's sometimes I just want to say, you know what? Someone can replace you at your job. If you want to look at it this way, where you think DEI is so great, what happens when they come up to you and say someone else is going to take your job, or someone else is going to do your job? No matter how good she might have done it in the past, right now they're going to take her job. So where does that put her?
Mm-hmm.
Puts her out in the cold. And she is Caucasian, but she's also Native American. She's got the CDIB to prove it. So the kids today just do not see anything further than the nose on their face, because everything sounds nice, but in practice, you have to earn your way in this life. And we all know that, because we all had to go through it. And, I blame Satan's sister, her mother, which she has rejected. Hell, she calls Lady Heatwave her mother. In fact, anytime she calls, it's always, "Hey, Mom, how you doing?"
Mm-hmm.
So, and there had been such a distance between her and I, because we did not connect. I didn't even know where she was until Facebook back in 2010, when she made the connection, and then we met. And she's done good for herself. She works at the airport as a handicapped. Well, I don't know what you'd call it. In the airplanes, have them seated in their, set them down in their seats or pick them up. Some sort of, the infirmed, the elderly, and those that are hurt. And she's good at her job. And she has been a dispatcher, which they begged her not to go back being a wheelchair attendant. But, she's good at her job. And my son-in-law works there as well, at the Sunport in Albuquerque. And I asked her, I says, "Well, have you seen anybody of note lately?" And being that New Mexico is now the West cinematic, the Hollywood of the West, besides California, she says, "Yeah, Jason Momoa, Aquaman, I guess, has a girlfriend up in Santa Fe, so he's a regular entry and exit person." Sean Astin is a regular coming in and out. And there is a movie with Sean Astin in it. It's a Western that has Casper Van Diem. You probably recognize that name from Starship Troopers. Yeah. So, well, I tell you what, that Sean Astin, he really, I don't know. Maybe it's just the way we all get when we get older. We just kind of expand out like a can of biscuits that got popped open. But the movie marquee, or not marquee, or the poster itself looks pretty decent. I just don't know who Fry Hayden or whatever his name is. So I mean, I guess that's pretty good for an old fart like me to know 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
So, And so I'm interested in seeing that. I'm interested in seeing a few other things out there. The Top Gun 3. Seen the trailers for it. I don't know if they've actually got it done yet or not, but it looks like it's going to be an interesting movie. And of course, then you got Star Trek: Strange New Worlds coming on, and I know Jolly Green Giant is big into Star Trek like I am, and so a lot of things coming up I'm looking forward to. I just hope I can live long enough to see it.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, other than that, not a whole hell of a lot happening. So,
well,
I guess I'll let you go.
I did a quick search on the UC Bearcats. They end the regular season at 17-14. And I guess they're actually going to be kicking off the Big 12 tournament against Oklahoma State today, Tuesday at 12:30 p.m. Now, they say at this point, the Bearcats need to survive and advance and hope for an improbable 5-0 Big 12 tourney run. I don't think, upsets would have to abound for them to do that. So I don't know that their prospects for the March Madness, I don't think it looks too great. They went 7.
Well,
they had an overall record of 17-14, but they went 7-13 in the Big 12.
Well, last year, University of New Mexico, they went into the tournament there in Vegas, and they weren't expected to be a one and out, one and done, and they actually went through and they beat the number one team in the finals. So, I mean, it can happen. The only thing is they got bounced pretty bad by Clemson in the first round of last year's Big Dance. So they finished number one with a 16-3 record in the Mountain West Conference. I think they were like 25-6 altogether. So, we're hoping that they may have a good run and hoping they have a good run in the Big Dance. Our biggest concern out here is we really don't have a whole lot to offer coaches and kids. I mean, it's not a rich school, so you can't give a coach a multi-million-dollar contract. And we've got Richard Pitino, the elder Patino's kid out here he was up in Minnesota a couple of years ago, and then he come here last year, and I mean, really, he's done very well. And the University of Mexico is basically a big basketball college. But whenever we get a good football coach out here, well, hell, he goes home after a year. It's like, I can't blame Bronco Mendenhall for doing that. He's probably getting paid more, or maybe he's getting paid less up there in Utah State. But, that I guess that's where he's from. So, hey, if you're going to get paid to do something you love and you're going to be able to be home all the time, I guess that plays a lot.
Right.
Baseball, New Mexico really is not that big of a baseball team, but I mean, they make a little noise, and that's about it. So, but I mean, if we could have some sort of money in the college system out there, I mean, damn, we'd be all right. But we just don't have enough to keep the kids interested in staying more than 1 year, and you just got to pray that we can keep a coach that will stay in for a long time. So, but anyways, like I said, I'm gonna let you go. I'm sure you got other folks on there just chomping at the bit to get on with.
All right. Well, thanks for chiming in there, Senor Heatwave out west. Yeah, and the advisories you're seeing is the incoming storm coming into Southern California here into Tuesday, then moving on over into parts of the Southwest toward midweek. And of course, by the time we get to the end of the week, it's right on over to the Midwest and eventually the Eastern Seaboard. All right, Daryl's going to be checking in here. Looks like Eagle was able to finally hold a signal. I see Eagle dialed us up like a half dozen times, and he kept dropping off. Guess he had to find somewhere to hold a signal. So we'll get you guys coming up here following the news break. Let me get back to the Transportation Secretary comments yesterday. Sean Duffy announced that the U.S. DOT rescinded 2 memos that were issued during the Biden administration, which injected a social justice and environmental agenda into decisions for critical infrastructure projects. Those 2 now rescinded memos were issued by the Federal Highway Administration in 2021, and both were titled Policy on Using Bipartisan Infrastructure Law Resources to Build a Better America. These memos encouraged states receiving transportation funding to prioritize infrastructure projects that upgrade the conditions of streets, highways, and bridges and make them safe for all users, while at the same time modernizing them so that the transportation network is accessible for all users, provides people with better choices across all modes, accommodates new emerging technologies, is more sustainable and resilient to a changing climate, and is more equitable. The DOT argues these memos displaced the long-standing authorities granted to the states by law, added meritless, costly burdens related to greenhouse gas emissions and equity initiatives. Duffy said these Biden-era policies have no basis in statute and have no role in Department of Transportation programs going forward. Okay, under President Trump's leadership, the DOT is going back to basics, building critical infrastructure projects that move people and move commerce safely. The previous administration flouted Congress in an attempt to push their social and environmental agenda on the American people. That was an act of federal overreach, and it stops now, says Duffy. There you go. Otherwise, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Hope your week's off to a good start. We're making our way into a Tuesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries expects Democrats to vote against the spending bill proposed by Republicans.
House Democrats will not be complicit in the Republican effort to hurt the American people.
Jeffries said today the bill is something they could never support and adds the bill does nothing to protect Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Republicans are expected to bring the bill to the House floor tomorrow. Without a new spending bill, the federal government will shut down on Friday. Wall Street took a tumble today.
Stocks plunged as a 3-week sell-off intensified over concerns about Trump administration tariffs and the impact on the economy. All 3 major indexes finished sharply lower. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 890 points. The S&P 500 fell 155 points. The Nasdaq plunged 727 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thanks for being with us. Hope your week's off to a good start. Our number is 844-844-3388. And good morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Yeah, another fine day, enjoying some beautiful weather, all doing well. How'd you enjoy that beautiful spring-like Monday?
Oh, man, I went walking, and I was like the other fella. I rode around with the windows down for a change. I'm back to feeding chickens for a while and collected about a dozen eggs yesterday.
Yeah.
Chickens seem to be enjoying. They were running around, free-range chickens, and they were having a time looking for worms and bugs and what have you. You mentioned that your son was with the Stryker division over in Iraq. Was that correct?
That is correct. That's why he named his dog Stryker. Yes, indeed.
Well, my grandson was over there, and he would tell me about those Stryker engines that set up right in the whatever kind of truck they had, the armored vehicles they run around in.
Yep.
And on their way out, they had airplane tickets to come home, and Obama wanted them to drive out to show force and one of the strikers he was in got blown up by IED and damaged his hearing. And a couple of his men that he'd been with for all the years he'd been in service got killed, and poor kid came home with PTSD, and he's really struggled since then. And but I knew we have a lot in common, but the boys with the strikers really struck a chord with me when you was talking about it the other night.
Yes.
And that's where Stryker got his name from.
It sure did.
I talked to you the other night about Troy, Alabama basketball team.
Yes.
I thought it was in Ohio, and they beat Arkansas State last night, and they're going to be in the Sweet 16 playoffs. So I saw them play at Miami, and Miami beat them. So Miami may have a chance getting in the NCAA this year when they start their playoffs.
How about that? I guess it's what? Division tournaments this week, and then Selection Sunday coming up this Sunday, and then the madness begins next week.
Correct. And I went to Miami over the weekend, and they gave away free tickets to the men and women's basketball games, and they had 20,000 people in that arena. They usually have about 3,000. And I thought that was a tribute to the team because they worked hard all year, but to play to almost a packed house was. I got in at halftime and couldn't find a seat. And I had to look for a seat. But I thought that was a tribute to the winning team to have a packed house on the last game and on senior night at Miami. Are you getting packed for the
truck show? The big truck show. Well, I ain't packed nothing yet, but yeah, we are getting prepped and ready to go. I'm kind of concerned about this forecast where, we're enjoying this big warm up this week, and they're talking about a big cool down coming up after the weekend, and then to the end of the month. Hell, there's a possibility we might have to deal with some snow as we're going down there this year.
Well, that's a shame with all the pretty trucks on display outside. People forget how many activities there are outside down there at that truck show.
Yep.
I always enjoyed going over where the big trucks were parked years ago when I could get a mess of beans and some steak, and they gave away food over there and had music. Always enjoyed the outdoor part of the show as much as the inside of the show.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get to go over to where the trucks were parked and all the activities going on over there?
Yeah, several times. I didn't spend a whole lot of time out there, but yeah, I got to go over on several occasions. The one year that I think it was Robin was doing the whole pig thing there, the whole pig roast, the barbecue.
Yeah. I always enjoyed listening to that guy talk about the different shows that he went to.
Mm-hmm.
He won a lot of prizes with those pig shows, didn't he?
Yeah, and I haven't heard from Robin in quite some time. I don't know if he's still out there competing or not, or if he's driving a truck or whatever happened to him.
What about Spaceman? You heard from him lately?
Well, aside from sharing his post on Facebook, I know he's back out there driving truck again, but he hasn't checked in as of late. But it looks like everything's going well. Fine, after all the heart surgery, recovery, back on the road and doing well.
I wonder if he's still able to ride his big Harley.
Well, if he has,
he used to talk about riding that Harley on the Devil's Trail there in Tennessee.
If he has any say in it, I'm sure he's still riding that bike.
That man could tell more stories and keep me interested and keep me laughing at night. He put his whole self into his storytelling.
Yes, he did.
Well, I'll let you go. Tell Knucklebuster I remember Memphis well because I run a sleeper, and when we got in 25 miles of Memphis coming in from Nashville, I woke up because it was like running over a washboard. It was the roughest road I ever rode going into Memphis.
Well, thank
you. See you at the truck show, Steve.
Absolutely. Thanks for checking in there, Daryl. All right. Yeah, Rubber Duck asked the question. He said, we're talking about the egg prices skyrocketing. Well, why hasn't chicken meat gone up like the egg prices? If I'm understanding correctly, of all these millions and millions of birds that are being culled, a majority of them are the egg-laying chickens versus, I guess, the typical, the meat supply. I don't know raising chickens, like some of the others might out there. But do the egg layers eventually make it into the meat supply at some point? I mean, when they only lay eggs for how long? And I don't know, but I think the egg-laying hens have been the majority of the millions that have been culled. But all right, 844-3388. It's Ontario's Prime Minister, Doug Ford. He's the one talking about possibly flipping the lights off there in the northern tier. They have imposed a 25% surcharge on electricity that they provide to those 3 U.S. states. Ford announced the higher cost to be paid by Americans in Michigan, Minnesota, and New York who buy that Canadian power. And he still says Ontario might even turn off the light. Ford said average electric customers in those states can expect their utility bills to go up about $100 a month until the trade war with the U.S. comes to an end. Ford promised in a series of media appearances and press releases that he wouldn't hesitate to increase that surcharge or get even tougher if things don't change, stating, "Let me be clear, I will not hesitate to increase this charge if necessary. If the United States escalates, I will not hesitate to shut the electricity off completely. Believe me when I say I do not want to do this." He puts everything at the feet of Donald Trump. He says, "I feel terrible for the American people because it's not the American people who started this trade war. It's one person responsible. That's President Trump." In the provincial release, Ontario's Minister of Energy and Electrification, Stephen Lease, said now is the time to get to the negotiating table and fix the problem. In a time when prices are going up for families in America, Canada, and the United States should be working together to strengthen our trade and investment relationships for a prosperous future for both sides of the border. So back and forth we go. Strong talk there. I think much of it is talk. Get them to the table, right? About 15 before the hour. 844-844-3388. All right, Eagle, hang it in there. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, okay. I was having telephone problems. A little bit earlier, but I don't know. I'm in a decent area. I don't know why it wasn't working, but I got a couple of things I want to talk about tonight, Steve. I want to touch on some things. First, I want to talk about. I want to say some things about J.D. Vance and his situation in Cincinnati, where you at. But I want to talk about Mexico. I want to talk about Mexico right quick. Issue a warning to American people. and tourists and everybody else. And I talked to you a while ago. I understand that another guy called in last night about NASCAR. NASCAR is really considering not even going to Mexico City for their race later on. I don't know if you've been following the news, Steve, but there've been several American deaths in Mexico in the last couple of weeks, couple of days. YouTube woman was found dead just yesterday, a popular YouTube star, a black woman. And then just the other day, nine college kids were found dead in Mexico. I don't know exact location. Bodies decapitated, heads cut off, hands cut off, the whole deal by the cartel people, whoever's involved. Okay, I'm just gonna put it to you like this, Steve. I know people that live in Mexico. I've talked to people, and they've told me already they're looking at it like this, Steve, and you really can't blame them to look at it this way. They're basically saying they're not wanted in America by Donald Trump and people like Donald Trump. So they're saying to themselves, okay, you don't want us in your country. Guess what? We don't want you in our country either. I'm telling you this is their point of view. And I know a guy who used to live in the Cancun area, and he's telling me that they're purposely raising the prices on hotel rooms, taxi cab rides, food, things that other people would pay the normal price for. American people are going to be charged more money. They don't want you there for your tourist money, Cancun, Cabo, and all these other places. They're the Donald Trump, like I say, I like Donald Trump, but so some of this hatred that's going on is totally unnecessary, and you have to look at it the way these people look at it, Steve. If they're not wanting it, if you don't want somebody in your country, what makes you think that they want you in theirs? Simple as that.
Well,
so that's what I'm saying. NASCAR.
The point.
What'd you say?
The point that's you're missing the point there. You go. No one says we don't want Mexicans in America. We want people from all over the world to come legally. We don't want you marching in illegally. And I mean, to turn around and try to say we don't want your tourist dollars, there's a difference in someone coming to the United States to steal American jobs, entering the country illegally, versus, say, me or you taking a cruise to Mexico, spending our hard-earned dollars that's going to actually help their economy. If they want to shut off the tourism and keep Americans from coming in, even to pay a visit, they're going to be doing more damage to their own country than ours.
Yeah, I understand what you said. I told you this is their point of view. I didn't say it was my point of view. I said that we know that these people were here illegally, but they don't see it that way. And if you talk to some of them, well, no, I'm not going to even go into that situation because that's a lost cause. But I'm just telling you their point of view, Steve. Okay. Like I say, I'm gonna put it to you like my grandfather used to tell me a long time ago. I don't know nobody in Mexico, so guess what? I have no reason to go to Mexico. We have beaches in America. We have tourist locations right here in the United States of America. Myrtle Beach, Daytona Beach, you name it. California's off limits. But we have beaches right here in America, so you can spend your money right here in the U.S. of A. where it's supposed to be spent to begin with, and you don't have to worry about that situation. And like I said, NASCAR, if they were smart, they would go ahead and forget about the Mexico City race and find a place in America to run their cars. Now, let's talk about the situation with J.D. Vance. Because, see, I got a real big problem with that, Steve. Maybe you know a little bit better about J.D. Vance, the location he lives in. I don't know that much about the Cincinnati area. But, hey, if they don't like J.D. Vance, that's their deal. But that man has a right to go out on his property and walk with his child without being harassed by people that so-called support the Palestine effort, threatening, issuing threats and saying all kind of derogatory things to this man as he's outside on a walk. And like I said, those same people wouldn't want somebody coming to their home and interrogating them and bothering them while they were out on a walk outside. They need to show that man the same respect. And as far as I'm concerned, they ought to be arrested because, like I said, when you're supporting Palestine, you're basically supporting the Hamas unit. It's already been proven fact that those people are aligned together. And for these idiots to be in America still talking this garbage about Palestine is an insult, and they shouldn't be allowed to do it. They ought to be arrested as far as I'm concerned. Especially when you harassing the Vice President of the United States of America. Simple as that. Now, let me get to this other subject with the man. I talked to you 2 or 3 nights already about this same guy, this premier in Canada, who's issuing threats again. Now he's claiming that American people that receive electricity from his company could be paying over $100 more a month for their electrical bill. Well, this guy here, like I told you before, Steve, and I really don't care if somebody in Canada gets offended or not. Because see, we can do the same thing here in America. We can bar all Canadian products. We can bar all anything made in Canada from entering the United States, my man. We can put the hurt to Canada just like they can put the hurt to the United States. So when this guy comes on TV, day after day, continuing this tough talk about turning the power out, turning the lights on, I say, hey, if you're gonna do it like I told you last night. Either shut up or put up. Turn the lights out, or if you're gonna turn the lights, turn them out. If not, just shut up and issue that threat to somebody who cares about it. Because see, I really don't care, Steve, and I'm really fed up with this guy and issuing these threats about America, because he's talking about taking money out of American people's pockets, and when you do that, you're crossing the line. So as far as I'm concerned, Donald Trump needs to issue the same threat to this man here. We can do the same thing, brother. And if you don't like it, too bad. Simple as that. The United States can issue threats just like he can issue threats. And I thank you for taking my call.
And that's kind of what's going on. It's just tit for tat. Who's going to bend first, I guess, is the question. Canada said they're going to win the trade war. Trump says if you raise your tariffs, we're going to reciprocate identical tariffs. I mean, back and forth it goes. I guess, could it get to the point where, we ain't buying nothing coming out of there. It's too expensive. We'll see who bends first. All right, we got about 7 before the hour. We'll get started with the grump. Let me see here. See if the computer will pick up. It's taking its own sweet time. It's thinking. It doesn't want to work there, Grump. Let me see if... let's see. There it is. Did it work? Maybe we lost the Grump. Maybe we have to do a phone reset, because it doesn't look like it wants to pick Plowboy up either there. All right, gotta love modern technology. We'll get a quick timeout. Get back at it right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's called modern technology. Sometimes you have a hiccup. Hello, Grump.
What's up, Steve? You had to put more quarters in that box there, or what happened?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of listening to all these trade wars and everything going back and forth, and I'm not so damn sure that this is the right time to be, fighting with tariffs and things like that. It just seems to me like right now, the economy, it's not as good as people thinks it is.
Mm-hmm.
And when Trump's kind of picking these fights about these trade, these tariffs and things right now, granted, I agree, that we're getting screwed over. But what I also believe is that when these tariffs are implemented, that there's going to be a lot of stuff turned around or not bought or whatever. And usually when you look at it right now, we're looking at a recession. I don't care, what anybody says. The places that we haul to and a lot of people that I talk to, they're not buying the stuff that they normally aren't, by the quantities and things. I haul a lot of tractors, and they're, the places I'm going to right now, they're, instead of taking 5 tractors, they're only taking 1. And it's, people are holding on to their money right now, and they're doing it for, I guess good reason. But I'm not so damn sure that this is a good time to be doing this. And as far as the Canadian, they got about a $63 billion trade difference in what we have. And, you can, on any given day, you can look, well, hell, you can walk around this truck stop parking lot right here, and I bet you there's, a third of the trucks here is Canadian trucks, bringing goods down here. You're not going to see that, that many American trucks up there.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to haul up there all the time, and it just, you're just not going to see it. But, we're getting kind of teamed up on a little bit on some of this stuff. And I think a lot of this could have been done behind closed doors or, with a phone call and, in a little more civil manner instead of, sometimes Trump gets a little bombastic about his mouth and that didn't help things, as far as I'm concerned. It's, I've never liked that kind of a openness, I like them to talk about what's going on in the trade world and things like that, but these fights and things like that are arguments. It can be done a little more tactful and a little bit more diplomatic.
I heard some saying that the same about the little meeting with Zelensky there at the White House where things kind of got out of control. Some say that Trump wasn't very presidential, but hold the thought. We'll pick up there after the news break.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries expects Democrats to vote against the spending bill that has been proposed by Republicans.
House Democrats will not be complicit in the Republican effort to hurt the American people.
Jeffries said during a Monday press conference, the bill is something they could never support, and adds the bill does nothing to protect Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Republicans are expected to bring the bill to the House floor tomorrow.
It is not something we could ever support.
But without a new spending bill, the federal government will shut down on Friday. Electricity exports from Ontario to the United States are being hit with a surcharge.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford announced a 25% increase Monday.
Believe me when I say
I do not want to do this. I feel terrible for the American people because it's not the American people who started this trade war. It's one person who's responsible. That's President Trump.
1.5 million Americans in Michigan, Minnesota, and New York get electricity from Ontario.
I will not hesitate to increase this charge. If necessary, if the United States escalates, I will not hesitate to shut the electricity off completely.
I'm Brian Shook.
The Vatican is providing an update on the health of the Pope.
The Vatican says Pope Francis had another restful night and continues to recover from bilateral pneumonia after more than 3 weeks in the hospital. The Pope continued respiratory and motor physiotherapy. They say he's following a prescribed diet that now includes solid foods. The Vatican says the 88-year-old's condition appears stable. However, the overall situation remains complex, prompting doctors to maintain a guarded prognosis. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Wall Street closed deeply in the red.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 890 points. The S&P 500 fell 155 points. The Nasdaq plunged 727 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
The Washington, D.C. Department of Transportation began to work to remove a Black Lives Matter mural.
Its location in the northwest section of the nation's capital. The agency said in a press release work should take 6 to 8 weeks. The decision to paint over the mural was announced last week, one day after a Republican congressman introduced a bill to withhold funding from the city if it wasn't removed. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
New York City is breaking a 30-year record for the fewest number of January and February shootings in more than 30 years. That's according to Mayor Eric Adams, who said that's a 14.5% decline compared to the same period last year.
We are the safest big city in America. So those who have not read the memo, stop saying our city is in chaos and crisis. It is not. The numbers don't lie. Your noise lies.
The mayor also said more than 1,000 illegal guns have been removed from the city streets during the first 2 months of the year. Elon Musk says Arizona Senator Mark Kelly is a traitor after Kelly visited Ukraine.
The Democrat posted photos of his visit on X on Sunday. Musk, the tech billionaire who owns X, replied to the thread. Kelly, who's a former Navy pilot and astronaut, responded to Musk saying, "If you don't understand that defending freedom is a basic tenet of what makes America great and keeps us safe, maybe you should leave it to those of us who do." I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, good to have you on board as we make our way into a brand new day. All right, got a Tuesday coming on. Turn the page, 11th day of March. And back to the grump. Thanks for hanging in there.
You bet. You know, when you look at it, though, we got about a $600 billion trade deficit between, China and Mexico and, a couple others, smaller ones, smaller countries. But, this has been going on forever and ever and ever. I mean, we've had trade deficits, holding trade deficits since the middle 70s. And it doesn't seem like the damn politicians wanted to do anything about it. Now, I was talking to somebody today about trade deficits, and they didn't quite understand what the hell a trade deficit was. When you look at our intake, the things that we can consume, the products that we buy, that we purchase, it's a hell of a lot more than our exports. We need more import than we do export. And the problem with that is that when you look at all the onerous regulations that we've had to deal with, these companies had to deal with, the high labor costs, a lot of the unions and stuff that's went on strike, and they pretty much just forced themselves out of a job. I ain't trying to piss off some of the union people, but that's the realities of when you shut a business down. They're looking for other alternatives. And I had a guy one time tell me, well, that's just the price of doing business when you're a union. You got to break the back of big business once in a while. All right, and then you're in the unemployment line wanting a handout or something, because that's just the realities of it. But you look at all the regulations, everything that's happened since the 70s, and how the trade deficits have just increased every damn year. And the people that we have in Congress right now, and it's been in there forever and ever and ever, eons, are part of that. They are the reason why things have turned the way it has. Now, I understand wholeheartedly how Trump is trying to straighten this out. I understand his frustration when talking about reciprocal tariffs.
Mm-hmm.
But what I don't understand right now is why that they want to just take a knife to, or an axe to every damn thing right now, when we are looking at a recession. Just the talk of it today. Look how the stock market reacted.
Right, down 700 points on the Dow, I think. Right.
Yep, and we keep hearing these. He got on TV the other night and he was talking about, well, we'll feel some pain for a little while. Who's going to feel the pain? Number one, it's going to be the small businesses, and when you look at the small businesses, that make up 99% of the businesses in this country right now, they don't realize what tariffs and things like that's going to do. Look what happened during COVID. When 34% of the small businesses were closed, and only about 8% of those reopened. There's still people unemployed from that. Businesses just shut down. And that was the small mom and pop companies. We're the first to get hit, single truck owners like myself. You're the first to get hit whenever companies start shuttering their businesses and things like that. The places we pick up at are saying, nope, last week we had 10 loads, today we got 3. Who's going to fight for them? these are the results of this. Now, yeah, we need to do something on this, and that loudmouth up in Canada that's threatening to, I'll shut off the people's power if I want to. I'd say, all right, you shut it off. If you want to be a horse's ass like that, every truck that's coming across that border, we're going to turn back around. It works both ways like that, but there is a different way of doing things. I mean, look at all the businesses, Steve, that's shuttered right now, that the bigger businesses, the large ones that, closed for whatever reason. I mean, they're businesses and things. They're still paying property taxes on a lot of the businesses or a lot of the industry locations and things. They're still, they're there. It wouldn't take a hell of a lot for companies to come back to this country. And for me, that would end the trade deficit quicker than anything. I mean, if you look at it, if Trump could, get off his high horse for a few minutes and start talking to businesses, not the countries and not the heads of the country, start talking to those business owners that move to China and move to, Malaysia and places like that and say, look, we need you back here in the States. What's it going to do to get you back here? How can we work around the taxes and things like that to get you back here in the States? What guarantees can we give you? That's the difference between the trade deficits right there. So many of these businesses just took off, when like I said, when labor costs and all this smog crap and every damn thing else that the government was trying to jam down businesses' throat, hell, they had to do something. So that just increased our trade deficit. We are the largest consumer in the world, the United States is. But yet, you look at places like China and how heavily we depend on them for the products that we used to make right here in the United States. I don't know. I wish there was another way of going about this that would be a little more diplomatic and a little more business oriented, where they could sit down and talk to, like I said, these big organizations, get a damn committee together or something and see what it's going to take to get them back here. I think that's his goal, is to get more businesses back here in the United States. But how much pain are we going to have before that happens? That's the problem right there. That I think that's the things that when you start mentioning tariffs and you start mentioning shortages and you start mentioning this, businesses react. When the markets start reacting, so do the small businesses. They start holding on to cash, and so does the large businesses. They hold on to their cash. They don't want to overextend themselves in any way, shape, or form. And that right there, you get a bunch of layoffs and things like that starts up, and it just pisses people off, But I just wish there was another way that he would go about it. Yes, we do need to have reciprocal tariffs and things like that. But, I think right now trying to get countries that has tariffs against the United States, get them down, where we can, if we have to impose tariffs. And like I said, just, Mexico, Canada, places like that, that's making their threats, and saying we're going to do this, do it. If you don't want the tourist industry in Cancun, I don't give a rat's ass, about that. The chances of me going to Cancun is slim to none. I mean, it just ain't never going to happen. But it's and I listened to his speech the other night. When he was addressing Congress, it was way too damn long. I mean, that was the one thing. If you take anything about from it, 2.5 hours is way too long to just stand up there and have a speech. And the Democrats, if people didn't understand what the hell the Democrats are about, they should have looked at that bunch of contentious brats that was standing there with their stupid signs or little paddles holding them up with something idiotic wrote on it, like that meant anything, and not standing and clapping for I mean, they couldn't even recognize Trump when he walked into the auditorium there, but into the Capitol building, because number one, when he come into the chamber, you recognize the office of the president. It doesn't make a damn who it is. You stand up and you recognize the office, and that's something that decorum right now is not taught among the Democrat Party. It's what they're teaching is hate and discontent. That's all the hell they know right now. And I listen to that idiot Jeffries, that Joaquin Jeffries, you know, the I guess he's the minority leader, saying that they're not going to support any kind of, who wouldn't want to support a clean CR, continuing resolution to keep the government open? Who wouldn't want to support that, where it just supports the necessities? No, they want to load every damn thing up. They're so far up Elon Musk's butt right now about the cuts and things like that they're identifying, and all the fraud that they're identifying. They act like it's their money. In fact, if you remember that one moron that I can't remember his damn name now, but that black guy stood up, keep your hands off of our money. It ain't your freaking money, moron. It belongs to we the people. And it's just, I've never seen a group like this in my life. The Democrat Party has gone. They're no better than this bunch of radicals, that is out at colleges and things like that right now, protesting. They are exactly the same. And man, I'll tell you, it's the political season in the United States. It seems like it never ends. I'd like to see something get done where people can agree on something, but no, these cuts are necessary. The things that's going on in the government right now, all the fraud that is happening, they believe that well, it's only $100 billion here or $100 million there, and condoms to Afghanistan. Hell, that was only $6 million or whatever it was. By God, give me that money. I'll find some use for it. I guarantee you that. I mean, damn, it's just where does it end? And all they do is complain about Musk right now and Trump and everybody, and how they're ruining the American people, how they're bringing so much harm to the American people. It's these dinosaurs and these new people that's in office right now, like the AOCs and that loudmouth Crockett. Gee, many Christmas. Who in the hell would vote for that idiot? She's out of Texas, I believe, isn't she? And just, she is an embarrassment to the institution. I don't know why in the hell that the Republicans right now aren't bringing some kind of charges against her, some kind of to censure her or something for her actions that she's doing. And the Justice Department really should be looking into her for her trying to incite riots among the people. I mean, it's just it's this damn lady here. I don't know who in the hell would even, like I said, vote for an idiot like that. But there's plenty of them out there that could care less. All they vote for is who's going to raise the most hell. They don't look at what's going to happen to this country down the road. They just look at let's just vote for somebody that's going to keep stirring the pot. Keep giving us ours. What is yours? They want all these freebies. They want every damn thing under the sun. And it's we the people that has to work harder for it. And as far as this Ukraine thing going on right now, he needs to get his ass to the table, Zelensky, and try to get this thing done, because Russia is pumping out more missiles than all the world. China, more than the United States, more than everybody. And the more crap that we start giving out to missiles and artillery shells and every damn thing else, I don't think we could fight a conventional war right now, Steve. I think we've depleted ourselves so bad, by giving out every damn thing to other countries right now. Hell, that's our stockpile, for our defense. Right. We'd play hell having to fight a war right now. And it's just, and countries don't understand that. They just, that little arrogant bastard, when he come in here with that T-shirt on and things like that, first of all, throw his ass out of the office. I see a lot of, people channeling Ronald Reagan, and stuff. Well, Trump's not Ronald Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
Ronald Reagan wouldn't have met with him. If he hadn't had a coat and tie on, Ronald Reagan would have showed him the door. And yeah, Ronald Reagan was a diplomat. He was very, I guess he was one hell of a speaker. He could stand there and he could make it any topic, and he could talk about it. I've listened to several of his speeches and things like that, and he really can bring it home. But the thing about Ronald Reagan was too that people think that Reagan was that huge conservative. Yeah, he was, but he spent a hell of a lot of money on defense and things like that, and he also raised taxes 26 times. So I mean, everybody's their own person. I guess that's what it boils down to. Trump is not Reagan, and he's his own man, but, I think sometimes he needs to listen to some of the advisors and things a little bit closer than what he's doing, because I just don't see any good coming out of this.
Sometimes I think they may be. I think sometimes they may be giving him advice, but he may take some of it to heart, and others he may lets it in one ear, out the other. Does that make sense? All right, we're going to get a quick time out, and I'm going to get Philip's take on a couple of those scenarios, things unfolding there in the Sunshine State. Where were you when the tornado came through? I guess it was just north of Orlando. We know Philip was working yesterday, but a confirmed tornado. Actually, there was one of the local Fox affiliates there that were on the air live, and the tornado bent right over their facility. More on that coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel's your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
So yeah, was a confirmed tornado struck Seminole County Monday morning. Captured on camera moving across Interstate 4 just north of Orlando as it whipped through Lake Mary and into Sanford. This past afternoon, Weather Service was able to get out, survey the damage, said it was an EF2 tornado with peak winds of 115. Had warnings issued for Seminole, Volusia, Sarasota counties as this storm raced through the area. Tower cameras there at the Fox 35 affiliate showed the debris flying as the twister passed near their studios, where they were actually in the middle of a live news broadcast. Employees actually taking shelter under their desks to wait out the storm. National Weather Service reported the tornado touched down about 9:40 a.m. and was located over Lake Mary, headed northeast at 30 miles per hour. Kind of an unusual time of day. Tornadoes can occur any time of day, but normally you get your daytime heating in the afternoon. But where were you when the storm hit? Yeah, let me see if come on, computer. Our computer's acting up here when it comes to the phones tonight. It doesn't want to pick up Philip. All right, so he'll probably have to try us back up. I don't get it. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, we'll take care of that, get things back up and running. Just takes a couple clicks of the mouth. And yeah, we'll click on leave, ready to connect. Click connect to show now. That's the way it works. All right, while things are reconnecting, the U.S. Energy Secretary vowing this past day to reset federal energy policy to favor fossil fuels and deprioritize climate change as industry leaders gathered at their biggest event since Donald Trump's return to office. In the opening session, the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, cited the Trump administration's move to cut the red tape, delaying oil projects, and promote liquefied gas exports as examples of a pivot away from policies that have been pursued for the last 4 years. All right. I know what happened. It's our computer acting squirrely, but take two there, Philip.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? Funny you're talking about Lake Mary. I'm getting ready to go right by where that happened at yesterday. So, yeah, we're okay. Everybody's all right where I was at. I was at Disney driving the train, and when that went down, I was watching that Fox 35 stuff on YouTube, and you can actually see it on YouTube if you want to see it, Steve.
Yeah, I saw that.
But we're okay.
I saw it earlier, and I was kind of looking at the map. I said, "Where's Lake Mary?" And so Orlando's a little south. I guess the storm swept through your area. Did you have the tornado sirens blaring and everything in the morning?
No, we didn't have anything like that down at Disney. I know north of us in Apopka, they had some stuff go across there in Mineola, which that storm did. It come across Claremont, Mineola, and then went over there to Wekiva, and that's where it built at, was over Wekiva. It actually was on the ground for 6 minutes. That's all of the stuff you see with the houses that got destroyed and the truck got flipped over and all kinds of stuff. That all happened in 6 minutes.
Wow.
And they said that the winds were 120 mile an hour is what they said yesterday afternoon when I got home from work.
Okay.
And that it was a spot that was 4 miles long and 900 feet wide was the path that it hit. Took out 2-story house, took out a bunch of stuff. Do you want me to hold over there, buddy? I know you get up on that time.
Yeah, and also I'm gonna ask you about what the hell's the deal with the biker. You had a biker shootout down there over the weekend. I guess Bike Week was kind of closing out over the weekend, and apparently some rival gangs came together at a racetrack gas station, and shots were fired. I guess there were several, 2 rival motorcycle gangs involved in that. That was like from New Smyrna Beach. I think it took place on Saturday. But yeah, it's 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, is heading to Qatar for Gaza ceasefire talks tomorrow. Witkoff says a deal hinges on Hamas leaving Gaza.
If they leave, then I think all things are on the table for a negotiated peace deal.
The first phase of the ceasefire ended March 1st. Hamas is insisting on discussions to advance to the second phase. The Trump administration repeatedly has put a deal on the table that would extend the ceasefire into mid-April and lead to the release of more hostages. Texas Congressman Al Green's outburst during President Trump's congressional address is not sitting well with some of his fellow Democrats.
The story should have been on President Trump. We should have been talking about the Medicaid cuts. Instead, we're talking about our own behavior.
California Congressman Ro Khanna is not the only frustrated Democrat. Senator John Fetterman took to social media stating the protest made his party look unhinged while Trump looked presidential. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Alrighty, back at it here on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Not a bad night outside the secret bunker. 49 degrees. We'll take that. A few days of beautiful weather before things kind of go down the hill later in the week as we await the arrival of the next big storm. A lot of wind, severe weather, all in the offing. Yeah, we were talking to Philip in regards to the tornado touching down this past day north of Orlando early in the day, a little before 10 in the morning. And I had come across some video that was kind of highlighting on YouTube a biker shootout. And I hadn't heard anything about a biker shootout. Now, I remember there was a big one several years ago where there were several. So I did a quick search, And yeah, New Smyrna Beach, Florida, over the weekend. According to the police, the incident involved two rival gangs. One of the videos caught was from inside a vehicle. At some point, the witness runs into the store for safety while gunfire ignited outside. They said they ran into the restroom for protection. It's about 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon at the corner of Ocean Boulevard and State Route 44, just a few miles from the beach. Ultimately, the area was blocked off for hours. Racetrack workers said the store was shut down while investigators searched the area. It does say multiple people were hurt in the incident, but all are expected to be okay. They didn't give a number of those injured. Now, that is, Volusia County was kind of closing out Bike Week, I guess, where nearly 500,000 people show up there. A lot of money comes in for the local economy, but you had all kind of crazy stuff going on down there recently, Philip.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that bike one. I mean, I know where that area is there in New Smyrna. They've got a Harley dealership that's right there on 44. It's not too far away from that. Yeah, I didn't hear anything about that bike one. That's a new one on me, but we do have Bike Week.
Yep.
You know, it's finishing up, and, you know, them boys get a little rowdy over there, so you got to be careful. I mean, everybody thinks of Bike Week, they go to Daytona, but New Smyrna is just south of Daytona. It's not far from it. And a lot of those guys there's places out there, you know, like if anybody wants to take the tour, go out there to what they call the Cabbage Patch. That's a place during Bike Week that a lot of people go, and you know, it's pretty spread out. Everybody thinks of Bike Week, they think it's just Daytona, but it's not. It's all that area, you know, Daytona, New Smyrna. Some people go up to Ormond. Some go up to Bunnell, which is, they call that Daytona too, but it's right off of 95 there in US 1. Mm-hmm. There's a big dealership up there as well. So there's a lot of stuff going on during Bike Week. They have a lot of different parties and different things going on. So I didn't hear that one though, but we do have a lot of bike gangs down here. So it happens. So but getting to that storm yesterday, Steve, when I got to work yesterday morning after I talked to y'all, you could tell that weather was coming in. I mean, the humidity level was going through the roof. It was looking like it was fog up in the street lights. And as the day progressed, you could see the clouds coming in. They just kept getting faster and faster, just like it is when we have a hurricane. I know a lot of people don't understand it, and had a lot of folks yesterday that were questioning it. How can a 120 mile an hour wind tear that stuff up like that? But when you've got it in 900 feet, it's compacted, you know, it's going to rip the floor out of something, man. What do you think, Steve?
Absolutely. I mean, of course, you got the circulation. Wind's coming in from one direction and then switching around to the other direction, kind of like a hurricane at the same. So you get winds from both directions at 120.
Yeah, that storm yesterday was very compact. It was tight. I don't even think people noticed that it was a tornado, to be quite honest, because it was rain wrapped. They probably thought it was just a heavy area of rain that they were going to run into, heavy area of rain and wind. And they're lucky it didn't flip anything over on I-4. One gentleman was sitting in his Peterbilt on the street side with his dog in the sleeper, just waiting to be loaded. He was just hanging outside the customer waiting to be loaded, and thing come across and just flipped him right over with him and his dog inside. And Grump was talking about a one-owner truck. The man owned his truck and flipped it over and tore it up. They had to bring one of the fire folks. He speaks Spanish. He couldn't speak English. They were translating. You know, and he said it was terrifying. He said, but he was glad he was okay and his dog was okay. He didn't really care about the truck. He said it can be replaced. You know, one family, they lost a 2-story house, and they survived in a safe room. They had a safe room in their house, and that was the only part of the house that didn't collapse. 80% of this house just collapsed in when the storm hit it. It was bad. It was real bad. But thank God, Steve, nobody got hurt. Nobody got hurt and didn't have no. That, you know, it was just material stuff that got destroyed. So, yeah.
And the guy,
like I said, Disney, we didn't.
The guy inside that Fox 35 studio, who was actually on the air live at the time, you could tell he was getting a little shook up, you know, because he's directing his producers, the camera that was, I guess the camera was mounted like on their studio or their tower or something that looked across I-4, and he could see it coming. And then all of a sudden you've got all that debris swirling around right outside the studio. And I guess he made it sound like the actual studio they're in is more of a hardened, kind of like a bunker versus some of the other parts of the building. They were telling everybody in the building to get in the studio.
Yes, sir. Those buildings and those television studios and all of them down here, they're made like that. They're concrete. They're all block. They don't have a gabled roof. They're all square top roofs. And the roofs are rubber sized. The building just across the street from that one, it blew the air conditioning duct, the intake from the compressor up. It blew it right off of the top of the building and put a big hole in the building. They were draining water into the building.
Wow.
There was a fiber optic business this business next door that runs fiber optic cable. They had a 30-foot, just a pull behind mobile home, and it just flipped that thing right over. And it was like nothing. And cars getting busted up, pine trees busted things up. Fox 35, several of the employees there, and, you know, some of the anchors and stuff, they lost their cars because the trees just busted the windows out of them.
Wow.
You know, just tore their cars up. That particular station is one of the ones that doesn't have a helicopter. A lot of the stations down here have helicopters, and they have a helipad adjacent to where their studio is. That one doesn't have that. They don't have a helicopter. All they have is a studio. It's just and it's right off of Interstate 4. It's right in an industrial park type area where that studio is. And that tornado came through there after it went through these subdivisions on the other side of I-4 over by Markham Woods. That's where the house got destroyed, totally obliterated, that one house. And you know, a lot of pool enclosures got busted in. A lot of trees down. Man, it was a ton of trees. They had to cut people out, you know, cut to get to people's houses.
Wow.
Fire did. And there was one lady, she's talking about that she lives on a 1 acre lot, and this lot only had 14 trees on it when she moved in. She said when hurricanes came, it took out about 10 of those trees. There was only like 4 or 5 of them left. Well, this storm took out the rest of them. She has no trees on her lot now. You know, it just, you know, one lady, she showed her, they went and bought her kid a,
and I think Philip may have gone into I know it lost a cell zone, changed towers maybe, I'm not sure exactly. Yeah, well, thanks for the update there, Philip. Have a safe morning, better day, right? 17 before the hour. What do we got? President Trump posting via the real Donald Trump. I guess this was from his Truth Social this past day. Kind of responding to the Ontario leader there, Doug Ford. Trump says, despite the fact that Canada is charging the USA anywhere from 250 to 390% tariffs on many of our farm products, Ontario just announced a 25% surcharge on electricity, of all things. And you're not even allowed to do that. Because our tariffs are reciprocal, we'll just get it all back on April 2nd. Canada is a tariff abuser and always has been, but the United States is not going to be subsidizing Canada any longer. We don't need your cars. We don't need your lumber. We don't need your energy. And very soon, you will find that out.
Make America great again. Now, this war of words back and forth, wow. And, you know, in all reality, the impact on the Canadian economy, it will be significant. If Trump said, we don't need your cars, we don't need your lumber, look out. I did mention the Energy Secretary kind of opening up a big forum this past day, the biggest gathering of industry leaders so far in the new administration, talking about the energy sector. The Trump administration will end the Biden administration's irrational, quasi-religious policies on climate change that imposed endless sacrifices on our citizens. Since returning to Washington less than 2 months ago, Trump and his team have overhauled the existing economic order at a dizzying pace, launching trade wars against allies, hollowing government agencies that the president and his allies dislike. Trump made energy policy a central part of his agenda with his Day One Unleashing American Energy executive order, promising during his inaugural address to end the Green New Deal in favor of liquid gold under our feet. Environmentalists are going crazy, criticizing this shift as leaving the world vulnerable to catastrophic climate change. But the new energy secretary, that is Mr. Wright, Chris Wright, his speech made clear that he and the rest of the administration are ready to sacrifice our communities and our climate for the profits of the fossil fuel energy. This is obviously one of the green tree hugger groups. Now, how much change are we looking at here? Energy played a key supporting role in Trump's campaign. He pointed to higher gas prices as a reason more production was needed. Drill, baby, drill was the slogan. The January 20 executive order represents a potentially wide-ranging attack on tax incentives, which had been embraced by the energy companies to advance billions of dollars of transition products. These projects were connected to laws that were enacted during Biden's presidency to mitigate climate change. Some pundits think Trump will stop short of actions actually canceling existing projects where workers have already been hired. But the abrupt shift from the climate-focused Biden to the Trump likely turns 2025 into a paralyzed year where folks are hesitant to push any kind of decarbonization. Wright described his approach as an all-the-above stance that can include renewable energy, although he did told a press conference after the address that offshore wind projects are just a waste of money, that are very unpopular with communities. At an event last week in Louisiana, he touted an announcement by Venture Global of an $18 billion expansion of a liquefied natural gas export facility, kind of highlighting Trump's reversal of a Biden administration freeze on permitting new LNG exports. He has ridiculed the environmental concerns at the center of the Biden policy, championing liquefied natural gas exports as a way to strengthen our ties with the energy importing countries. All right. Wall Street also has kind of signaled a clear preference for robust industry profits that can continue to allow for dividends and stock buybacks. Okay, there are some questions when it comes to Europe that come into play there, but we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hi, we were talking a little bit earlier about the price of eggs, the price of chicken. I guess chicken's up a little bit, but nothing like the eggs. Plowboy?
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Got me on, or have we got... All right, I hope we didn't have a computer problem again. But, no, a lot of that goes to your chicken soup outfits. When that chicken gets done, or that hen gets done laying eggs, they'll go to Campbell's, some of them go to Progressive, you name your soup places, and that's where that old forgotten hen that laid all them fried eggs where you goes to.
Okay, so there's... Yeah, so the chicken that you're buying, like when you go to, you're getting your chicken breast and your chicken strips and your tenders and all that, those are not the egg-laying hens. Those are actually grown for meat chicken.
Yes, sir. And like them, like Donnie Tyson and them damn little birds do damn good if they're about, at tops 8 weeks old.
Wow.
That's how hard they feed them, yeah. And, but no, I've hauled a many of those eggers, and yeah, Steve, I put it this way, you pretty near tell they had their last egg laying contest because there's not much left to them, put it that way. But
I mean, we must go through an ungodly amount of chicken. I mean, because I'm going back to, we were talking going into Super Bowl weekend. The number of wings, chicken wings that are consumed. I mean, each chicken, they got 2 wings. Of course, they make four buffalo wings out of 2 wings. But that's the number of chickens you got to kill just to get the buffalo wings. It's outrageous.
yeah, and if you ever read on that, I think you might even covered this, 3, 4, 5 years ago. And a lot of that they were calling wing meat was breast meat. You remember that? When you put that out there,
yeah,
talk about how many wings.
Well, yeah, if they're considering boneless wings as a buffalo wing, I don't know. Yeah, because the buffalo wings, the boneless, it's like a chicken nugget, basically.
Exactly. I'll put it this way: I can tell the difference in a boneless chicken wing and.
I get the bone in.
The flavor is not.
I am not a fan of boneless wings at all.
Yes. Oh, I can't agree anymore. But tell me really quick. Now, how can Akeem Jeffries say that they will not support what the Republicans are doing. Now, Steve, my memory has been pretty good. Have I forgotten something? Did I forget something, Steve? How many years have we heard these lowlives say, we can't shut the government down? Am I right or am I wrong?
Yes, you are 100% correct. And that's pretty much, now when there's a changing of the guard, and now anything that will make Trump look bad is what they're going to pursue. And if it doesn't look good for Trump if you end up having to shut the government down, does it?
Exactly. I've never been able to understand Hakeem Jeffries. He's always been a hothead, but in a whole different tone. And that's the problem. And, yeah, hey, I have not a problem shutting the government down. I hated that I would look down President Trump, but hell, I've always agreed to let the damn thing air out and let them fix the problems that we got. And look like we got Doge. He's doing the best to fix it. But when it's not going to support their little interest, they're very bunch of damn hypocrites. That's all the damn Democrats ever been. And I got to disagree with Grump on this one. Most chilling will be 99.9. But I'm sorry. I don't see a damn thing that President Trump done with Monica using
Zelensky.
Pappy's terminology.
Right.
Yeah. Because, especially when the damn Democrats got to him before he made it to the Oval Office. Hey, I believe that little boy should have had his ass whipped and sent about his own little way. But 30 seconds ago, before he went to break, you made a comment. Now I got to ask you a question. You were talking about climate activists and all this. Have we heard anything out of little Greta Thunderbritches here in the last, since President Trump been in the White House?
I'm sure she's still over there. I'm sure she's ruffling feathers somewhere, but she's more or less a paid activist over there in the UK. That's what she really is. But all right, we'll pause there, get a quick time out as we roll toward news break top of the hour. So we'll take care of that. Matter of fact, rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. So coming up, what do we have from the lovely Dingbat here on a Taco Tuesday, which is her Friday Eve. We'll fill you in coming up.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A New York federal judge is temporarily blocking efforts by the Trump administration to deport a student leader of recent pro-Hamas, anti-Israel demonstrations at Columbia University.
Free Mahmoud Khalil! No!
Khalil, a Syrian-born pro-Palestinian activist, was arrested at a student housing apartment Saturday night and is being held in an immigration detention center. President Trump signaled that this is just the beginning of deportations. He said the Trump administration will not tolerate students who've engaged in pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic, anti-American activity. Khalil is due in court on Wednesday. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Washington, D.C. police are investigating after Secret Service agents shot a man near the White House early yesterday morning.
An agency spokesperson says agents confronted the armed suspect who allegedly pulled out a gun before being shot and was taken to the hospital in unknown condition. President Trump was at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida at the time of the incident. Later on Sunday, fighter jets from NORAD intercepted a civilian aircraft after it entered restricted airspace over Mar-a-Lago. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump says he wants to finish the border wall by the end of his second term.
Terrell County Sheriff Thaddeus Cleveland says this should not be controversial. The Texas border lawman says walls have been built by both Republican and Democratic presidents. Work is now underway for a new 18-foot-tall border wall in a rural part of South Texas near the tip. The Border Patrol said on social media it will replace the current 6-foot-tall guardrails. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Canada has selected their next prime minister. Yesterday, Canada's Liberal Party announced Mark Carney, elected to succeed Justin Trudeau.
Donald Trump, as we know, has put unjustified tariffs on what we build, on what we sell, on how we make a living. And we cannot let him succeed.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
3 people are dead following a medical helicopter crash in rural Mississippi.
We have had confirmation from law enforcement officials on site that there are no survivors.
Dr. Lou Ann Woodward with the University of Mississippi Medical Center says the helicopter was carrying 2 of its employees and a pilot. It's not yet known what caused the crash, but the FAA and NTSB are currently investigating. The Iowa Department of Natural Resources will be conducting controlled burns in 3 central Iowa counties this spring.
The DNR will conduct burns on wildlife areas in Boone, Story, and Polk counties. The department says the goal is to control invasive plant species, lower the potential for wildfires, and improve the habitat for wildlife. The size of the burns will vary, ranging from a small number of acres to several hundred. Burns typically start in the late morning and are completed by mid-afternoon from mid-March through mid-May. I'm Elaine Lee Irvin.
Wendy Williams has been taken to the hospital following a wellness check at her Manhattan assisted living facility. The former talk show host and New Jersey resident was seen throwing notes to reporters from her room late Monday morning. Williams called 911 herself and was taken to the Lenox Hill Hospital for evaluation. This as authorities are investigating the 60-year-old's guardianship, including the living conditions of the facility in which she stays. Williams was diagnosed with dementia and placed in the care of a legal guardian back in 2022, but several people close to her state that she doesn't suffer from any memory issues. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Good morning to Crip Shot in the house. Good to have you on board. There's 5-7 up and at 'em. Grandpa used to say, 6 bells hit the deck. He was a Navy veteran, World War II. Like 5-7. Not World War II, but naval veteran. He said Greta Thunberg claimed the end of the world 5 years ago. Yeah, 5 years ago. What are we doing here? It's the end of the world. All right, let's see. Today, 11th day of March. 1895, one of the Three Stooges. Shemp Howard was born on this date. 1931, at 93 years young, Rupert Murdoch was born, and finally in 1971, we all remember the Jackass movie franchise, Johnny Knoxville. What a nut. He was born on this date. All right, today is National 311 Day. It is National Debunking Myths Day. Let's start with the politicians, right? It is National Dream Day. It is National COVID-19 Day. Why do we have that? National COVID. What are you supposed to do? Celebrate? Remember? I don't get it. I'll have to search that. It is National Funeral Director and Mortician Day. How ironic. It's National Oatmeal Nut Waffles Day. It is National Wash Your Nose Day. How about National Plumbing Day? National Worship Your Tools Day. And let's see, National Dream Day. And just what you need is a National Organize Your Home Office Day. Take care of all those things. There's only 24 hours in a day, so you've got work to get done. Yeah, it is 844-844-3388. See, Brain Dead had mentioned last evening, kind of the NASCAR update. He said there's rumors of NASCAR pulling out of the Mexico race. He said, don't pay attention to the rumors. Looks like, let's see, two days ago, J-Ski, the racing website, posted NASCAR continues to move forward with its plans to contest a doubleheader weekend in Mexico City this summer, despite increasing rumors around the garage that it's not going to happen. Now, this is going to feature the NASCAR Xfinity Series and the Cup Series. It's scheduled June 13 through 15. Now, last week, NASCAR and the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez Road Course
held a significant media event attended by Christopher Bell, Ryan Blaney, Daniel Suarez, Chase Elliott, it coincided with tickets going on sale for that race weekend. In recent weeks, persistent rumors have suggested that NASCAR will cancel the Mexico City event and instead run on the Daytona road course. Now, it says during the pandemic in 21, when the sport was unable to travel to California and compete at the Auto Club Speedway, NASCAR used the Daytona road course as the second race of the season after the Daytona 500. So, the rumors are out there, the rumblings. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But that was the word from Jay Ski, again, 2 days ago, that at this point in time, everything is moving forward. Meanwhile, I'll get back to the calls here, and I guess we need to hear the truth. And Douglas is going to fill us in with the truth.
Yeah, I get so sick and tired of your callers like Grump. You know, he got nerve enough to even have Jasmine Crockett in his mouth. Boy, you ought to be shaming yourself and stuff. You know that girl is got 20 years of law practice. Matter of fact, when she speaks, she shuts everybody down. They can't even answer her questions and stuff. This girl is so dogged. She got her stuff together. Matter of fact, she's the one who ought to be running for president next and stuff. But she's got a lawsuit settling, and she's going to resign from Congress because she's got a multi-million-dollar settlement coming. So she's going to resign and then just turn around and run again, because she's going to obey the congressional rules that you can't accept money and stuff while you're in Congress and stuff, So she is legit, not like Trump, and the rest of them people.
Hey,
But
hey, let me ask you a quick question there, Douglas. Is it illegal to cross the border? Or is it a crime to cross?
What you mean?
Is it a crime to illegally cross the border? Jasmine Crockett says it's not a crime to illegally cross the border.
I mean, the way y'all tell it, these people been crossing the border forever and stuff, Been crossing the border forever.
But is it?
I'm not going.
Is it a crime to?
I don't know what. No, your Republicans make it a crime. These people come up here to work. That's what they come up here for, to work.
Uh-huh.
Like I say, I'm here in Reno right now on my way to California. But if you see these people out there in them fields, they out there at the break of dawn, ready to work and stuff. Ain't no white man, ain't no black man gonna do what these people do. Unless other than back during slavery and stuff.
Yeah.
Ain't no harder working people than those people are.
I didn't know. No one said they're not hard working. I mean, there's a way to come into the country and do that hard work legally. But let me ask you another question. All these people that ICE is going into the heart of New York City and downtown Chicago and Austin and Denver, Colorado. Are those people working the fields? All these criminals were arrested. Are they working the fields? I don't think so, Douglas.
Well, I really don't know what they're doing, but they come. If there's a job available, they will work it. Yeah. That's just like you go by Home Depot. You go by Home Depot in the morning. What you see them people lined up out there, 20 and 30 of them out there waiting for somebody to come by and pick them up and go to work. I don't see no black men. I don't see no white men standing out there. These people come over here to work to make a better living for themselves.
Yeah. When they're working under the table, getting picked up, and you jump into a pickup truck at Home Depot, someone's gonna hire them. They're gonna work hard. They'll do some good labor, and they're gonna get paid under the table. They're not gonna file any tax returns. They're not gonna be paying into the system like the hard-working people, me and you, Douglas. You got to file your tax return every year, don't you? I bet you got to pay your fair share to Uncle Sam. Yeah, let me just expound a little bit more there, Douglas, on these hard-working people coming to America to work the fields. That's been your narrative.
The Department of Justice just filed nearly 200 new federal criminal cases related to immigration and border security just last week after several weeks of deportation raids in and around the Houston area and other southern Texas cities. The ICE-involved immigration, homeland security investigations, and other federal agencies, which have ramped up now that Trump's in office. Of the nearly 200 new cases, almost 100 of them involve illegal aliens charged with re-entering the country after removal. Most of these cases involve defendants that have prior felony convictions, including narcotics offenses, violent crimes, prior immigration offenses. More than 80 defendants face charges of illegally entering the country. 12 involve human smuggling, and the remainder are related to other immigration crimes. You know, the good folks working in the fields there, Douglas. Multiple defendants are charged in a new indictment related to assaulting law enforcement officers. The latest indictment charges a dozen illegals concerning an assault on 2 correctional officers at the East Hidalgo Detention Center. If convicted, the defendants face up to 8 years in federal prison. Also charged last week, 2 South Texas bakery owners who were indicted for harboring illegal aliens. At the time of the consensual work site enforcement action at Abby's Bakery and Dulce's Cafe, law enforcement officers conducted immigration-related duties, allegedly identified several employees and others who were here illegally or in the country with visitor visas that did not allow them the right to work. The bakery owners were allegedly housing these illegal alien workers in an adjacent room with 6 mattresses on the floor. Several individuals have also been sentenced for other various border-related crimes against the United States, such as the leader of an organization who smuggled aliens through Corpus Christi and was ordered to forfeit $1 million in proceeds from his illegal alien smuggling scheme that lasted for 3 years, maybe even longer. This is the case that involves Marvin Reyes, who authorities led the human smuggling organization based out of Houston. He and others were coordinating the movement of illegals through the Border Patrol checkpoints located near Sarita and Falfurrias, as well as by airplane. He arranged private flights for illegal aliens from Walesko to Houston. He was ordered to serve 108 months in prison. Now, we had followed last week. Immigration raids in Texas included operations in Colony Ridge, a well-known migrant colony in Liberty County. Yeah, it's more than 30,000 acres, a housing development less than 40 miles north of Houston. The subdivision's been the subject of numerous media stories linking it to a significant population of aliens in the illegal status. And for the developers, questionable land sale tactics, mainly targeting Hispanic consumers, frequently noted for criminal activity related to aliens illegally in the country. They cite methamphetamine charges, a seizure of 350 pounds of meth. The U.S. Attorney's Southern District of Texas remains one of the busiest in the nation. It represents 43 counties and more than 9 million people, 44,000 square miles. Assistant U.S. attorneys from all 7 divisions, Houston, Galveston, Victoria, Corpus Christi, Brownsville, McAllen, Laredo, are working directly with law enforcement at the federal, state, and local levels to prosecute federal crimes within that district. There's some good folks down there. They're not all criminals. Yeah, they're not our enemies. Not all of them. The criminal elements are enemies. Just come through the border legally. Go through the process that millions of others have gone through to legally enter the United States. It's that simple. Of course, as I mentioned, what's his name? His girlfriend, Jasmine, she said it is not a crime to illegally, which that is an oxymoron in itself. It's not a crime to illegally enter the United States. That's Jasmine Crockett. We'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. You can't make this stuff up, can you?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
I guess it comes down to the question, when is committing a crime a crime? I mean, is it a crime if it's just a misdemeanor? Does it have to be a felony to be a crime? Where the hell's Jasmine Crockett coming from? She says, quote, they continue to say things like, the illegals, they broke the law coming in. What they're not telling the people of America is that it's a civil violation. It's not a criminal violation to enter the country illegally. It's not. It's not criminal. It's not a crime. She says it over and over again. Which is why they're so frustrated, because they really want our local law enforcement to go out and round up people when they could be looking out for the murderers and sexual abusers, the robbers. They want them to go around and round up people on civil accusations. It is a misdemeanor to enter the country illegally. If you are sent back to your country of origin, a repeat offender, it is a felony to come back. Repeat offenders can be subjected to fines and up to 2 years in prison, as a matter of fact. Under U.S. law, re-entry of removed illegal immigrants who have been removed following the conviction of 3 or more misdemeanor crimes can face up to 10 years in prison. Re-entry of removed illegal immigrants who've been removed following the conviction of a felony can face up to 20 years in prison.
It is 844-844-3388. You hanging in there, Eagle? What you got this time around?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, you should have let Douglas keep on going, Steve, man. I was just getting to start laughing, and the more he talked, the more I was laughing. And then when he had the nerve to bring up that Crockett's name, that's all you need to know. That's all you need to know about Douglas is when you get a man calling in supporting somebody like her, that's all you need to know about him. And like I said, I'm embarrassed. Like, I'm from Texas, Steve. I'm embarrassed to even say that she come from the state of Texas. And the other loser, Al Green, the one that they had to escort out of the deal last week. So those are the people that Douglas idolized, people like that. So that tells you all you need to know about Douglas right there is that he idolizes Crockett and Al Green. That enough said. So here's how it goes, Steve. I've been seeing there's a lot of videos on TikTok right now. I was looking at a video earlier tonight. I didn't get a chance to talk to you about it before. Okay, they're saying that they got a problem in Nebraska right now with the farm workers, migrant workers. A lot of these people have been deported or kicked out of the country. Either they self-deported or scared to go to work. Okay, now, I talked to you a couple of weeks ago about this deal. I've noticed the same deal I told you before Trump even got in the White House, that a lot of home sites and construction sites in the Texas area, the Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, they don't have as many workers as they used to have. Those guys used to be out there early in the morning until late at night. I'm noticing you're not seeing as many people, okay? So, like you said before, Steve, everybody has a right to work in America, but you have to do it the right way. Like Crockett, who says it's okay to come in illegal. And here's a scary thought, Steve, before I get back to what I'm saying. Here's the scariest thought, and this is the reason why that's the reason why I'm not going to say nothing bad about Donald Trump, because here's what's really scary is, can you imagine if Kamala Harris was in the White House at this point right now, where we're at right now, a month or 2 months ago, Kamala was the president? Do you really think Douglas, I'm talking to you, my man, do you really think the border would be shut down right now? Do you think all these illegal people that you seem to support so much, do you think that they would be being escorted out of the country? And that includes child molesters, that includes people that still kill girls like Lake and Riley and the girl in Houston where I used to live at. These type of individuals being kicked out of the country. Kamala Harris, she damn sure wasn't going to kick them out. If anything, she was going to let even more of them in the country. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Douglas, for supporting an organization such as the Democrats that allow your border to be wide open for terrorists, drug dealers, child molesters, and anybody else that decided to walk across that border to come in. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, my man. But anyway, Steve, getting back to the situation with these migrants. Okay, so now I'm seeing a lot of these videos of Mexican Americans saying that Donald Trump is making a mistake by doing what he's doing, that we need these people to work, to build our houses, to pick our fruits and vegetables. No, we don't. We have homegrown talent right here in America, Steve. I listened to a guy the other day. We have people in prison systems all over the United States of America and every.
They could be out doing some of this work. Okay, well, we got to pause there because we're at the bottom of the hour. News break. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Washington, D.C. police are investigating after Secret Service agents shot a man near the White House early yesterday morning.
An agency spokesperson says agents confronted the armed suspect who allegedly pulled out a gun before being shot and was taken to the hospital in unknown condition. President Trump was at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida at the time of the incident. Later on Sunday, fighter jets from NORAD intercepted a civilian aircraft after it entered restricted airspace over Mar-a-Lago. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump says he wants to finish the border wall by the end of his second term.
Terrell County Sheriff Thaddeus Cleveland says this should not be controversial. The Texas border lawman says walls have been built by both Republican and Democratic presidents. Work is now underway for a new 18-foot-tall border wall in a rural part of South Texas near the tip. The Border Patrol said on social media it will replace the current 6-foot-tall guardrails. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Back at it here on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start.
Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Now, good morning, Hillbilly Tex. Said I just had to take a nitroglycerin pill. Listening to Douglas. Tip in the hat, ringing the cowbell. Exit 81 off the Big 75. All right, we had to get our news break there. All right, Eagle, welcome back.
Yeah, see, I was thinking during the break, I got, one quick comment about Crockett, and then I'm going to get back to this immigration situation. All Crockett is a Barack Obama with a dress on. That's all she is. She's another loudmouth, a troublemaker. Her whole agenda is nothing about race. It's all she talks about is race, Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that. She's just another. She thinks, and see what she thinks is that she might be the leading candidate for the Democrats for the White House in 2028. But if that's the case, then they definitely not gonna win, because American people definitely are not gonna vote for a loudmouth like that. So hopefully she'll stay in the running. Hopefully she'll be the leading contender up into 2028. And that'll be an easy cakewalk for another Republican to get in the White House, because if that's what they got to represent them, there's no challenge whatsoever as far as I'm concerned. Now, let's get back to the immigration. Okay, now I talked to you a couple of weeks. I told you, Steve, I'm seeing a lot of construction sites empty, a lot of warehouses are empty where these illegals were working at. And, and now you got Mexican Americans making videos now on YouTube and TikTok saying that America needs these immigrants, the illegals, that Donald Trump is making a mistake by deporting these people, that he's destroying the U.S. economy because there's nobody to do this construction work and the migrant work. But that's where these idiots are wrong at. After I listened to another guy talk, Steve, we got homegrown talent right here in America, and these people need to start earning their keep. You got guys sitting in jail cells all over America right now that sit there and watch television all day long, sleep. They getting 3 hot meals a day, showers, lifting weights, doing the whole deal, doing everything but doing something positive with their life. So what needs to be done is, you need to get these guys up off their rear end and sitting in a jail cell. Yeah, you can offer them a little bit of some money, plus they can learn a skill, so when they do get out of the jailhouse, they'll know how to do something with their life besides going back to crime and selling dope and drugs and all that other bad stuff that got them behind bars to begin with. You could have these same guys being on these construction sites, building homes, working in the migrant fields, doing this work, being paid money like everybody deserves to be paid. Nobody deserves to work for free. These people deserve some kind of money, while they're in incarceration. And then when they do get out of jail, like I said before, they have a skill that they can depend on besides selling drugs. Because last time I checked, selling drugs is not a skill. It is not an occupation. So these people need to learn something. It does no good, Steve, to allow a man to sit in jail 10 or 15 years, day after day, marking the days off the calendar, waiting for him to get out, and you release the man, and he hasn't learned a damn thing in those 10 years. Yeah. He had no skill. He has the same skills he went in the jail cells when he walked out. Teach the man a skill. Teach the man how to build a home, how to do carpentry work, construction work, or something, so he can have a skill to take care of his family when he gets out of jail, and we can solve this problem right there. We don't need no man in the country illegally to do that job. We got legal Americans can do the same damn thing, and I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, very good. All right, we're using, what is it? It's almost comical. Yeah, the Trump administration, staying on the same topic, the southern border. Remember the Biden administration came out with this CBP1 app to allow these people from around the world to schedule appointments, to legally allow them to, quote, legally flow in. Yeah, we're using the same app now to allow illegal aliens to self-deport by setting up an appointment. This is the way it was initially intended under the previous administration. Migrants in Mexico could enter the U.S. through a port of entry, be released via mass parole. About 1 million were led into the country through the app before President Trump ordered a halt to the appointments. CBP One has now been redesigned as CBP Home, an app with which previous users and other illegals can register themselves, provide proof they have left the United States to avoid the penalties that come with being deported by the federal government. It's common sense. It's what the American people want us to do, according to Homeland Security Secretary Kirsty Noem. The Biden administration exploited the CBP1 app to allow more than 1 million to illegally enter the U.S. With the launch of CBP Home, we're restoring integrity to the immigration system. The Home app gives aliens the option to leave now, self-deport, so they may still have the opportunity to return legally in the future. Thus, live the American dream. If they don't, we'll find them, we'll deport them, and they won't be coming back. Now, the previous CBP One app not only allowed users to enter the country, but also allowed them to board flights to reach their next destination, despite the concerns that security checks conducted for the release were not adequate. This now does not allow, I take that as CBP Home does, it says, allow registered users to board flights, but only for a one-way back to the country of origin. I get it. Just the latest. When asked about the issue during a tour of Eagle Pass, Texas last week, Vice President J.D. Vance said this issue is being addressed every single day. Rome wasn't built in a day. President Biden gutted the entire immigration enforcement machine in this country. We're trying to rebuild it so we can actually empower people to enforce the immigration laws. It's common sense. Yes, it is. It's kind of complicated. You look back at the numbers. The month of February, we can look at February of 2022 along the U.S.-Mexico border. There were 166,010 encounters. February of 2023, February, 156,630. February of 2024, 189,913. February of 2025, 8,326. Could anything have been done by the previous administration in regards to that southern border? For 4 years, they told us we can't do anything without comprehensive immigration reform. The Republicans keep pushing back. They won't let us pass this or that or this piece of all this fictitious legislation that was going to allow 5,000 per day to continue pouring into the country. 5,000 per day. February of 2025, 8,326 in the month of February. Something could have been done. Donald Trump did it on day one. What are we looking at? Let me get to the, Vic, got you coming up here. Blind Man is on board. What's going on, Blind Man?
Well, I know a little bit more about Canada than the average person because I like to DX and pulling Canadian stations. And I remember listening to the Rush Limbaugh of Canada, Lowell Green, and this was back during the Quebec threatening to separate. He asked me if Canadians are stupid, and I said, how many of them are former draft dodgers? And he says, you got a point there. the province of Alberta, they have had it with the rest of Canada, from what I'm hearing. In fact, I heard one guy say that he was going to swear his allegiance to the United States. And as far as I'm concerned, the rest of the Canadians, if we're so bad, then you use your own health care. Don't come down here and use our health care. Use your own health care if you think we're so bad. Ungrateful people.
Mm-hmm.
You put us down, and yet you want to use our health care. I thought your health care was so good you didn't need it. You know what I mean? Single payer, all that. But they come down here, I guess they're paying cash. I don't know. But these Canadians, they're ingrates. They put us down, yet they can't live without us. And maybe if we start refusing them our health care, maybe they'll wake up. I don't know.
I guess there's a couple of political parties in that province that are actually supporting the idea of Alberta becoming like a state of the United States. But I'm looking here.
Yes.
It says
I have heard that too.
The latest poll says less than 1 in 4 Alberta residents actually support that idea of separation from Canada. So I guess there's a handful, but an overwhelming majority do not.
Yes. Now, does Alberta border the United States? I think it does.
Yeah, Montana. Montana's the...
Okay, gotcha.
Just above there, yep.
Okay, yeah. But I know that Alberta is really furious with what's going on. And they're the oil and gas producers.
Mm-hmm.
And they were the ones that were pushing the Keys-Keystone pipeline. I don't know if they're still working on that or what. I know parts of it are finished, but it's going to be very interesting to see what happens down the road. And that guy, I can't remember his name, Pierre, the guy that was eating the apple, and the reporter's asking him a question, and he's saying, "Where'd you hear that?" And then he goes on to another topic, and he's eating the apple, and he's going to probably be running against the Liberals when they have the elections. What, is it going to be in April? Well, it's got to be done before October, if I remember correctly.
That is correct. And I don't know that they've announced anything as far as when it's going to take place yet. I haven't seen anything.
No. But now that I have my electronic girlfriend, I'm going to try and find a news talk station and see firsthand what's going on in Alberta.
All right, very good. Well, Blind Man, good to hear from you once again. Thanks for checking in, and as always, thanks for listening to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, talking about what are we looking at? The future of trucking. Yeah, uncertainty when it comes to the tariffs. Yeah, investors. This is via FreightWaves this past day. Investors should favor industrial tethered transportation stocks. According to the report, relaunching Deutsche Bank's coverage. The investment firm issued buy ratings on 3 less-than-truckload carriers, as well as a pair of railroads and a couple of other companies on Friday. The equity research analyst Rika Harnian told clients that industrial complex appears ready to shake a 2-year downturn, and that any turnaround could be amplified by the new administration's U.S. exceptionalism mantra. She believes the industrial economy will benefit from interest rate cuts, and that investors who pulled money out of the space in recent years will be coming back. The consumer remaining resilient was also a foundation of this thesis. She initiated coverage of 15 U.S. transportation stocks on Friday, favoring all the LTL names on her list. Her top picks include XPO and Saia, pointing to XPO's continued improvement in operating metrics and Saia's terminal additions, making them a truly full-fledged national carrier. XPO is the only public LTL carrier that has reported margin improvement in recent quarters, and their full-year guidance for 100 BPS of improvement in 2025 is the highest issued thus far. Now, in addition to internal headcount, route optimization, and other cost initiatives, the company is adding its mix to include more freight from higher-margin local accounts and more shipments that incur accessorial charges. Saia opened 21 terminals and relocated 9 others last year, part of a 28-terminal portfolio acquisition from the bankrupt Yellow Corporation. The carrier has opened and relocated or upsized nearly 100 terminals in recent years, solidifying it as a national operator serving all 48 lower states. The new terminals have been a cost drag, but Saia is now focused on the pricing and margin opportunities that this expanded network will indeed deliver. Old Dominion Freight Lines rounded out Deutsche's buy-rated LTL coverage, as the carrier has historically seen the best returns across all of transportation, and it is the best positioned to enhance their financial profile when the next upcycle rolls around. All right. She believes both XPO and Saia can close the pricing and margin gap to Old Dominion over time. Other buy-rated initiations included the railroads Norfolk Southern and Union Pacific, both of which would be favorably impacted by an industrial recovery. Norfolk Southern also has notable margin improvement initiatives in place, as well as the broker C.H. Robinson and parcel carrier FedEx, which fall into the self-help category. She kind of shied away from the highly fragmented and oversupplied truckload market and their closest competitor, Intermodal, placing 8 hold ratings on truckload, intermodal, and other logistics providers. Deutsche Bank investment advice. But hey, let's get started with Vic here on a Tuesday morning. Vic, what do you say?
Well, number one, Douglas that was talking about Jasmine Crockett. As I understand it, she's a spoiled brat. She was raised with a lot of privilege. And as far as those workers out there in the field, what Social Security number are they using? They have to have an employee identification number to be constructively hard in this country. So they exactly how they got here, I don't know, but I do know that for a fact you can't deduct off labor off your taxes unless the employee has either a valid Social Security number, a taxpayer identification number, or I think they call it employee identification number for people that are here on a work visa. So I'm kind of curious when he was talking about how these people were doing all this work, but they weren't here illegally. So they might not be here illegally, but if they don't have a valid number, like with E-Verify, using somebody else's number, and then sending all that money back home, they're not paying taxes in this country if they go back home for a while. So there's a whole litany of things that follows up with them entering this country illegally. Mm-hmm. Because if they're really needed by the different employers, the employer, unfortunately, they have that visa lottery thing, which they should do away with, and the employers have to go through the labor contractor. That's the first thing should be done away with, and go back to where if the employer actually needs that person, then they could apply for a visa. And as I understand, under the old system, they had to validate that they couldn't get enough sufficient labor locally to do what they want to do. And as I was listening to Eagle there, that they kind of have a system in place for prisoners. It's a halfway house, to where they can kind of ease them back into society. So I don't know how well that works or anything, but that was the only thing I was thinking about when I was listening to Douglas talking. I mean, why didn't he just come out and say, I don't like Trump and I don't like the Republicans? That's all there is to it. And
yeah.
So, you know, but speaking of Trump, it's not only Trump, but, you know, internationally, we've had all these different agreements. America basically rebuilt the world.
Yeah. Well, Vic, hold the thought there, because we got to, you know the drill. We'll take care of business. Come back for our final hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries expects Democrats to vote against the spending bill that has been proposed by Republicans.
House Democrats will not be complicit in the Republican effort to hurt the American people.
Jeffries said during a Monday press conference, the bill is something they could never support, and adds the bill does nothing to protect Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Republicans are expected to bring the bill to the House floor tomorrow.
It is not something we could ever support.
But without a new spending bill, the federal government will shut down on Friday. Electricity exports from Ontario to the United States are being hit with a surcharge.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford announced a 25% increase Monday.
Believe me when I say I do not want to do this. I feel terrible for the American people because it's not the American people who started this trade war. It's one person who's responsible. That's President Trump.
1.5 million Americans in Michigan, Minnesota, and New York get electricity from Ontario.
I will not hesitate to increase this charge. If necessary, if the United States escalates, I will not hesitate to shut the electricity off completely.
I'm Brian Shook.
The Vatican is providing an update on the health of the Pope.
The Vatican says Pope Francis had another restful night and continues to recover from bilateral pneumonia after more than 3 weeks in the hospital. The Pope continued respiratory and motor physiotherapy. They say he's following a prescribed diet that now includes solid foods. The Vatican says the 88-year-old's condition appears stable. However, the overall situation remains complex, prompting doctors to maintain a guarded prognosis. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Wall Street closed deeply in the red.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones lost 890 points. The S&P 500 fell 155 points. The Nasdaq plunged 727 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
The Washington, D.C. Department of Transportation began to work to remove a Black Lives Matter mural.
Its location in the northwest section of the nation's capital. The agency said in a press release work should take 6 to 8 weeks. The decision to paint over the mural was announced last week, one day after a Republican congressman introduced a bill to withhold funding from the city if it wasn't removed. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
New York City is breaking a 30-year record for the fewest number of January and February shootings in more than 30 years. That's according to Mayor Eric Adams, who said that's a 14.5% decline compared to the same period last year.
We are the safest big city in America. So those who have not read the memo, stop saying our city is in chaos and crisis. It is not. The numbers don't lie. Your noise lies.
The mayor also said more than 1,000 illegal guns have been removed from the city streets during the first 2 months of the year. Elon Musk says Arizona Senator Mark Kelly is a traitor after Kelly visited Ukraine.
The Democrat posted photos of his visit on X on Sunday. Musk, the tech billionaire who owns X, replied to the thread. Kelly, who's a former Navy pilot and astronaut, responded to Musk saying, "If you don't understand that defending freedom is a basic tenet of what makes America great and keeps us safe, maybe you should leave it to those of us who do." I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
the CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, final hour underway here on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Hello to Jeffrey, checking in from Cincinnati, Ohio. Actually, Mason, Ohio. Said, good morning, Overnight Drive family. Quietly making noise over here in Mason, Ohio. Right now, recovering from rotator cuff surgery. Had that last Friday. I'm a city P&D driver here in Cincinnati when I'm not on the disabled list. 5'7", you're... Yeah, we heard from Blind Man earlier who says he knows a bit more about Canadian politics than the average bear. 5'7" says, Blind Man can really see what's going on in Canada. Ha! Yeah, we'll get to some of the events on this date in history here in our final hour. Also, legislators from the right and the left have introduced legislation that could actually make one of President Trump's campaign promises come true. Are you telling me there's something the right and the left might actually agree on? All right. There's not much of that in this day and age, but all right, welcome back, Vic.
Hey, yeah, that's true. Because you were talking earlier there, I was mentioning about how ever since World War II, America basically rebuilt everything, and then we had trade with a lot of countries during the Cold War, because they said, well, these countries need a boost, so we'll help them get their economy going. And there were a lot of little rural factories here in the United States that were actually shut down by the government going to foreign countries and establishing businesses. So this whole thing with the trade deficit, current account deficit, and all of that, it's pretty well documented, and the source of it. And the big thing with inflation back in the 70s was we had been getting cheap oil out of the Mideast, and then in 73, when the United States took the side of the Israelis for the second time. That's when the embargo hit, the oil embargo hit. And why the United States responded the way they did, I have no idea, but they did. And Nixon was the one that had, well, I shouldn't say Nixon, but the Gerald Ford, whenever they came on, that's the ones that came up with this windfall profits tax.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all the oil companies, they said, well, okay, we'll bring oil in from the Mideast at a higher price. We won't use any of our American reserves that we have, but the people that we have oil leases on, we'll bring the oil from the leasees, but we'll leave the corporate stuff alone. And then that's whenever Mark Rich, he was kind of playing funny with a lot of the stuff that was being drilled by American oil companies and saying that it was actually imported from the Mideast, and that's what got him in trouble, and he had to flee to Switzerland. But everything they did in the 70s was about as backwards as you could get it, and that just kept contributing to inflation. And that was really, the energy was the big driver of inflation back at that time. Then they decided they'd put on price controls for a while, and you could only charge so much for different products unless it was finished. And some of the like plywood and stuff, they'd run a router down the middle of the 4x8 plywood sheet, and then it was reworked or something. I don't. Like I said, there were a whole lot of silly things that were going on back then. And now today, when we're looking at this inflation, I guess the big driver right now was the egg prices that caught everybody's attention. And that's whenever I guess Biden, back whenever they first come onto this flu, he supposedly there were 100 million layers that were killed, slaughtered, and which or destroyed, I should say. But that made no sense at all, because not all of the layers that he destroyed actually even had the highly pathogen avian influenza. And whenever they finally traced it all down, what they found out was that for some reason mallard ducks actually carry that, but they're immune to it. And I guess one of the things that the people at the CDC that got laid off were working on was they were trying to figure out how this all came about. So now, whenever we're looking at this with the egg prices and all that, and they were talking about, Trump was going to cure the egg prices. Well, Trump can't cure the egg prices, because there's a whole long process that goes with that, and they have to understand what it really is. But it's going to take them a while to build the flock size back up. So I can't really see egg prices dropping too much very soon. But that's one of the inflation things that they're looking at now, and the same thing with the meat prices. People are paying attention to stuff in the grocery stores, but I really don't know too much else that's really getting, out of hand on inflation. So when you look at that inflation and this inflation, I'm trying to figure out why Trump jumped in there and started in on this tariff thing, because we've had several different policies about trades and tariffs. We had the general agreement on trades and tariffs. Then they went to that whole free trade, foreign trade zone thing. And so now the other thing that Trump was saying was about the fentanyl. Well, fentanyl is an opioid. It's the strongest opioid they have. And they actually use that in surgery by registered anesthesia. And the stuff that it takes to make fentanyl, that's in a lot of different products. So I honestly and truly have no idea where he's coming from on the fentanyl thing, but he is creating a lot of distress within the country in general. And talking about the Canadian system, that he's Trump wanting to fight with. Canada is pretty much about as close to a socialist country. I guess it's a European style of socialism because they have all these boards up there. They have a grain commission and dairy commission, and they set the prices on the products up there. What they set on as far as stuff coming into it, I don't know. And the lumber thing, I don't know how much lumber we really get out of Canada. I know that there's quite a bit of it, the softwoods, and I suppose really if they'd wanted to start harvesting ours, we could probably get by without their lumber. But I just the point of it is my main point is this: Trump was elected on certain principles. He got a bit of a fight, but he pretty well has his cabinet now, and a lot of them are doing a bang-up job. Just like there, they've cut down the stuff coming across the southern border, and don't go off on some weird tangent and mess things up. Just do what you're capable, and don't get into a urinating contest with somebody. And just keep your eye on the 26 elections. Make sure you get people in there. And then if you have a stronger majority in the House and Senate, then the last 2 years can be even better. And that's my big fear with Trump. It's like,
So don't get the cart ahead of the horse, I think is what, long story. Don't get the cart ahead of the horse. Don't bite off more than you can chew, whatever. All right. Thank you much, Vic. Very poignant as always. All right, I see Brother Rambler's on the line. You crossed my mind earlier this past evening that I was doing some show preparation. And I'm going to share this with the audience and get your take, as I know you will have a profound answer. We're all familiar with Senator Bernie Sanders. This past Friday in Wisconsin, he was holding a rally of some sort. I think the rally is, Fight Oligarchy, okay? So whatever he's trying to say there. But oftentimes, politicians bring in various musical artists to kind of get things started. Bernie Sanders had a transgender punk rocker who goes by the name of Laura Jane Grace. Laura Jane Grace. Now, say what? Transgender, obviously a dude wanting to be a woman. But he opened up the rally with a song, which many are describing as grotesque, disgraceful, utter garbage. The song entitled Your God. The song asks the question, does your God have a big fat, the word that would be for a male anatomy, a male manhood? Because it feels like he's effing me. Are you kidding me? And it gets even worse from there, but the one thing that first crossed my mind is, God shall not be mocked. What do you say, Rambler?
God shall not be mocked. What a man soweth, there he shall also reapeth. And that's in the book of Galatians. You can read that. Well, the Bible does say, I'm paraphrasing this, you can make fun of the Lord, you can make fun of Jesus. But blasphemy against the Holy Ghost is unforgivable. So, if that person would come to their senses and realize, wow, I made a huge mistake. Wow, God made me a man and not a woman, and get on bending knees and cry out and apologize, the Lord will forgive them. But if you're not going to ask for forgiveness, you better be prepared to reap what you're sowing. And let me tell you, there's been a lot of people over history, what they sown, the harvest they've had to reap has been more than what they can bear. If Napoleon Bonaparte is in heaven, which I don't know, I don't know his heart, ask him. You know, Napoleon took over Moscow. Did you realize that? He was one of the only few people to ever go into Moscow. But when he walked in there, it was empty. And then the people come back and burned it to the ground, leaving him and 400,000 of his army with no food and no preparation for wintertime. So guess what they had to do? You know, he sowed. He sowed. He won a lot of battles. But what he had to reap was great, was far more. He lost more men turning back to Poland to try and find solace during the wintertime than he actually took lives trying to march into Moscow and, you know, conquer that city. And what ended up happening is when he finally got back to France, they exiled him. Said, you are a threat. Said, you are a threat, and the rest of Europe sees you as threat, so you're gone. You better be prepared to reap what you sow. And I'm sorry, you know, I thought about this over the weekend. You know, listen, we all had, you know, all of us, you know, baby boomers and Gen Xers, we had imaginary friends. And, you know, we all like to, you know, have costume parties and play dress up. Matter of fact, Gilligan still has costume parties and plays dress up. But, you know, there comes a point in time where you grow up. You know, you put childish things behind you.
Yep.
You know, to be a man and want to go and, you know, yank your schmendrick off and say you want to be a woman, that's just pure demon possession almost, Steve. I mean, that's just clouding your thing. Why would you, you know? Why would you want to do that? It just makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. But you know what? As much as I get disgusted by it, I still have to figure, and I still have to know, and I still have to prove that Jesus Christ bled every drop of his blood on Calvary's cross for people that does the most vilest and disgusting sins. And I hold true to that, Steve. And if any man, any woman, regardless of how queer they are, how straight they are, how trans they are, if they come to the realization that they need a Savior and come to Jesus, and a lot of times Jesus will already be knocking on their heart's door. He'll accept them with open arms in spite of their sins because he'll forgive them of their sins. But know this, Numbers 32:23 says, and you can be sure that your sins will find you out, Douglas. Amen and amen. And be prepared to read. Yes, the Lord will forgive you, but no sin goes unpunished. And you got to remember that, God's children. Steve, I wanted to call because I got some permission from some of our callers to talk about this. I want us to keep Todd Wheeler in our prayers. Todd Wheeler has just recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer. And Todd's wife has also got some health issues. So God's children, let's keep Todd Wheeler and his beautiful wife in your prayers. Larry Vaughn Sr., Larry Vaughn, sweet wife Cindy, just passed away here day before yesterday. And that's such a tough loss to lose your best friend in life. You know, our best friend being Jesus. But, you know, when it comes to a good wife, the book of Proverbs says it's like finding a great grand treasure. And to lose your better half, that's a hard thing to swallow. So let's be praying for Larry Vaughn Sr. Dale Nolt, he called in, I think, Sunday night, Monday morning, and he's got an upcoming biopsy on his prostate. And, you know, Brother Dale's already fought cancer once with kidney cancer. So let's be praying for Dale Nolt. Of course, Miss Millie. Want to pray for Miss Millie. She's had some recent health issues, and You know, we love our own. We love our Kentucky girl to death. She's such a great, great woman, and long-time listener. And we've got so many others, Steve, that are battling health issues and health concerns, and we just love them. Just know that we're praying for them. You know, I didn't call in at all last week, and I just was having such a tough time last week as far as the weather-wise, and I got this brand new truck I'm trying to break in, and I guess for what I hear, that our new transportation supervisor, the head of transportation, used to be the head of transportation at Walmart. So I guess he's trying to get us all kind of like the Walmart trucks. Now we're governed down at 65 miles an hour, which I don't like. And they're talking about getting these facing cameras that's going to face us now, which I don't like either. So, yeah, I don't like that, not one bit, you know. You know, the whole purpose of me becoming a truck driver, Steve, back in 1998 was to not have the man looking over my shoulder.
Right.
You know, not have the man telling me what to do. It was the whole purpose of getting out here and having that freedom to, you know, to be able to spread your wings and work and not have someone staring over your shoulders, just getting your marching orders, take this freight from pick up here, take this freight to there, and do it safely. So, how things are changing. But we did it to ourselves. We did it to ourselves, God's children. We certainly did. So, we only have ourselves to blame for not standing together. You know, we have an organization called OIDA that we could have all joined and had them lobby for us, but you know, you can't get 2 or 3 truck drivers to agree on what time of the day it is, let alone to agree that we need someone to represent us. And this is the end result. And like President Donald Trump said, elections have results. And unfortunately for the trucking industry, the past few have had a lot of negative results for us. And we're dealing with it now. And you can say, well, I'm an owner-operator. I don't have to worry about that. Well, trust me, if you have a 1999 or older, yeah, you don't have to put a ELD in your truck. But ELDs is really, this hurt us bad. I remember your dad talking years ago about the black box, you know. And, of course, I got to say, I had an accident back in November 25th, 2015, where I was sitting right there at the light at Pine Forest Road and Highway 90 in Pensacola, and the light turned green, and I went to go, and lo and behold, out of the corner of my eye, here comes an old Ford Thunderbird with no headlights on and slammed right into me. Now, if the black box had not been activated, I probably would have gotten the blame for that. But the black box saw the truck sitting still for about 2 minutes, then sudden impact. So I didn't get charged with an accident. Praise Jesus for that. So they're good and they're bad. And, of course, you know, there was no front-facing camera or no road-facing camera when I had that accident where the Lord literally stuck his hand in the cab of the truck and snatched me out of the way at the last minute. And you can go to Determined Ministries Church and see the pictures of that, because that's right. In fact, that is pinned at the top of our pages. Speaking of Determined Ministries Church, Steve, we did not have church this past Sunday. I attended my son's wedding, and it was a beautiful wedding. It was nice. Thank God the rain held out. And we went to Lambert's Cafe afterwards and ate some amazing, awesome food. And Lambert's is home with the throw and rolls, Steve, and my Lord. If you walk out of that place hungry, that's your fault, because they give you plenty to eat. Steve, they got a location in Sikeston, Missouri. They got one in Foley, Alabama. Then they got one in, I think, Lake of the Ozarks or somewhere around there. And they do something called pass around. So you're sitting there, you're waiting on your food. They'll have someone come by with a bucket of black-eyed peas, a bucket of okra, a bucket of, peaches, and just other things. So if you leave out of there, they're hungry. That is your fault. But them daggum rolls were just hot, fresh out of the oven. And you just opened it up, put the butter on it. It was just awesome. So we had a great day. But
you're trying to make me hungry here, Brother Rambler. But hey, we got to pause, and we'll return. News break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries expects Democrats to vote against the spending bill that has been proposed by Republicans.
House Democrats will not be complicit in the Republican effort to hurt the American people.
Jeffries said during a Monday press conference, the bill is something they could never support, and adds the bill does nothing to protect Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Electricity exports from Ontario to the United States are being hit with a surcharge.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford announced a 25% increase Monday.
I feel terrible for the American people because it's not the American people who started this trade war.
1.5 million Americans in Michigan, Minnesota, and New York get electricity from Ontario.
If the United States escalates, I will not hesitate to shut the electricity off completely.
I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here. All right, thanks, Brother Rambler. Thanks for hanging in there. I was trying to scour during the break. You kind of caught me by surprise there when you mentioned some of the folks that are going through tough times, and I kind of scrolled back to the top of the stream chat there, and I said, Larry. Larry's the one that he's out there on a nightly basis, because he's the one that always says, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Everybody hammer down, be safe. Normally it's round one to Schenectady or, night after night. So I was not aware. I could count on one hand the number of times Larry's actually called the show over the years. And it's only been a handful of times, but are you aware? I mean, was his wife sick? Had she been fighting anything, or was it sudden? Do you know?
I have no idea. I know I follow Larry Vaughn Sr. on his Facebook page, and that's how I found out. And last time I looked, he had 68 comments and I think 102, emoji likes to it. And I had no idea if his wife was sick, he kept it a secret.
Yeah.
God bless him. God bless him, because I mean, you and the princess have been married a long time. I mean, you've been with your wife more than you've been around your mom and dad. So to lose your wife is, and I know Jesus Christ is the ultimate best friend in your life, but that is literally your better half. I mean, look, God put Adam here on earth in the most beautiful, pristine place, and even God realized, you know what? Mankind's lonely. Let's make man in our own image, and let's make him a helpmate. And from his rib made woman. And it was love at first sight. Like you found Princess. It was love at first sight. You left Cincinnati to go down there to Georgia, if I'm not mistaken, because of love, right?
I quit my job.
That's right.
She graduated. The school year ended. She disappeared, went back to Georgia. I quit my job like the next morning. I almost beat them home. I almost beat them down there without an invite or anything, but they welcomed me into their home.
And listen, it was love, not lust, because I seen the pictures of you whenever you were younger, and you were a handsome young man, so you could have found someone else. So it was definitely not lust that drove you down there to be with her. It was love that drove you down there to be with her. You knew right away that was the one that God had planned for you. Just like Larry knew that Cindy was the one that had her planned out for him. And to lose someone like that is terrible. And while I'm talking about that, I want to talk about Russell Miller, who just got out of the hospital yesterday. He's been in and out, but his beautiful wife has been in the hospital since, I think, November. And she's been dealing with a lot of health issues also. So I think they had a GoFundMe at one time. I don't know if they still have it or not. You'll have to go to his Facebook page and check. But, there's so many other people that are listening to us right now, Steve, that are friends of the show, that they're going through stuff. I mean, I have them on a prayer list, and the only reason I'm bringing up these few people because I've got their permission to bring it up. I'm just not going to call up Steve's show and just, blare out your business. One more person, Larry Johnson. Larry Johnson listens to us from Casper, Wyoming. His wife is from Mendenhall, Mississippi. How on earth did he convince her to leave her home in Mendenhall, Mississippi, to drive up there to live in Casper? That's definitely not lust. That is love right there. But Larry Johnson and his youngest daughter, they both are battling thyroid cancer. So y'all keep them in your prayers. Now, to my knowledge, I believe Larry is still working. Forget what he does up there, but oh Lord, all that snow. I mean, look, we got 9 inches in Mobile, Alabama, and I was thinking, God, it was going to heat up the next few days and melt it. But as I was telling my kids, when it snows up there, it just keeps on piling on and piling on. And whenever it starts getting spring and into summer, it all melts away. So be thankful we got that southern heat that can melt it now, you know, instead of it being on the ground, you know, 6 months out of the year. But like I said, God's children, we love you out there. And I know there's a lot of you going through some things. And don't think that Jesus don't know what you're going through. All right, I sit up here behind this seat sometimes. I turn everything off, put the phone on silent, and I just start praying for people. And I even weep for people that's going through some things. I have compassion and love in my heart. And that's why Jesus come and died for us. You know, we mentioned at the beginning of the show, you know, this transgender punk rocker that's a Bernie Sanders, feel the burn, you know, writing this a nasty, disgusting, vile song about the very one who created us, the very one who formed the earth, moon, and stars, everything in 6 days, and picked the seventh day to rest. The one that is a spirit, and we must worship him in spirit and in truth. The one that saw that his greatest creation, humanity, fell by sin, but he had a redemption plan. He said, I'm going to send my son. I'm going to send my son to be the sacrifice, to redeem mankind. And I don't care what kind of sin you're into. You may be in the sickest, most vilest sin there is, or you may be just a pickpocket, it don't matter. If you want to change, there's a one-step program, and that's one step to a bended knee. And if you cry out to the Lord Jesus Christ, he will hear you. He will answer you. He will forgive you, but you have to let him in. And you have to believe that Jesus Christ, the Word of God says, Steve, it says it in the Bible, if you believe in your heart that Jesus died on the cross and rose again on the third day, and if you confess it with your mouth, then you are saved. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. You got to believe. And trust me, I'd rather believe than not to believe, because not to believe means you're going to a devil's red hell. And I don't want my worst enemy to ever go there. So I'm going to believe, and I'm going to tell people about Jesus. And you can hate my guts, you can love me, but if you hate me, I'm going to tell you right now, two things you can never, ever, ever stop me from doing. You could never stop me from praying for you, and you could never stop me from loving you. And you could think I'm gay all you want to men. If you have a problem with me saying, "Hey, I love you," guess what? I love you, and I mean it. And I don't mean in a gay way. I'm talking about in a Jesus Christ died for me, and I want you to know the same kind of love that I have in my heart, because my Lord Jesus Christ put that love there. Steve, before I jump off here, I want to tell some folks that we got St. Patrick's Day coming up on the 17th, right? Mm-hmm. Now, before that is 3/16. Now, 3/16, Determined Ministries Church, we will be live, God's children, at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time over on our Facebook page, Determined Ministries Church. But St. Patrick's Day is on 3/17. And I know some of you, and I'm not going to judge you, like to drink the adult beverage. Now, me, I ain't drank it since 2010 when God told me to put it down, and I put it down, and I ain't touched it. But some of you out there, you like to have the occasional adult beverage, and I'm not going to scold you for that. You know, I leave that up to the Lord. But if you're going to drink an adult beverage, number one, please don't drive. But number two, do it from a 30-ounce traveler's mug. It's kind of like a Yeti cup that you can get from overnightdriveradio.com. That's right. Go to that website, order you some Steve Sommers merch from overnightdriveradio.com, and there you got your trucker's hat, you got your T-shirts, you got the 50-cent stickers, everything you need right there at overnightdriveradio.com. Give it a shot. God's children, thank you so much for listening to me and not turning the volume down when I come online and come to talk to you and Steve. I love you so very much. Thank you so very much for supporting our church. And I really do mean this when I say it, because a lot of you have not heard I love you in a long time. Some of you have not heard it in many years from another person. You're going to hear it from me. It ain't nothing gay about it. It's sincere love that I have for you in my heart that Jesus Christ put there. Jesus put that love in my heart. And I want to show you that this world may just despise you. At least there's one person in this world that's behind the driver's seat that loves you. And there's someone else. His name is Jesus. And love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And I'll try and call in another night, Steve. I love you, God's children. Bye now.
Thank you for the update. Thank you. Yeah, sorry to hear about that, Larry. Probably not listening in, but wow, yeah. Princess and I are coming up on, it'll be 42 years. In August of this year, 42 years. Larry, he posted 45 years. 45 years he spent with his wife there, Cindy. So, thinking about you, brother. The audit of USAID is complete. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has confirmed that the audit into the agency's spending activities has finished. And 83% of the programs will be canceled. He made the announcement on X. After a 6-week review, we are officially canceling 83% of the programs at USAID, the 5,200 contracts that are now canceled, spent tens of billions of dollars in ways that did not serve, and in some cases even harmed, the core national interest of the United States. In consultation with Congress, we intend for the remaining 18% of the programs we are keeping, which is approximately 1,000, to now be administered more effectively under the State Department. Thank you to DOJ and the hardworking staff who worked long hours to achieve this overdue historic reform. Elon Musk, who is heading up the Department of Government Efficiency, thanked him for his efforts, stating it's good working with you. The important parts of USAID should always have been with the Department of States. The exchange amid reports that these two, Elon and Marco, had clashed over the extent of Musk's proposed spending cuts as the billionaire businessman seeks to massively cut waste, fraud, and abuse, saving billions for the American taxpayers. Those claims were dismissed by the president himself, who insisted the two men are getting along just fine. There is no clash. I was there. According to Trump, responding to a reporter who asked about this alleged incident. You're just a troublemaker. You're not supposed to be asking that question because we're talking about the World Cup. That was an interview over the weekend. I actually caught that interview. They're talking about the World Cup coming to the United States here in a couple of years. They were unveiling what the trophy's going to look like there. And this reporter tries to jump in and just totally come off guard. Elon gets along great with Marco. They're both doing a fantastic job. There is no clash. The issue of USAID is one of the many Trump policies that have been sending the Democrats and the liberal media into a tailspin, sparking a wave of lawsuits as they try to salvage what's left of the agency. Now, there was an emergency ruling last week. The Supreme Court upheld a lower court's decision requiring the administration to release $2 billion in foreign aid payments that had already been committed through existing contracts. But big changes. All right, what do we got? Knuckle Buster. Coming up right after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Headed down the home stretch here on a Tuesday. Knucklebuster, what do you say?
Yeah. Take me back, Mr. Steve. Yeah, it's almost quit time. It's going to be kind of hard talking, but that's not a bad thing. I guess my brain doesn't work that quick, right? Well, I know this is fact. With guys, what you hear with your ears goes to your brain. What's in your brain is what's in your heart. And what's in your heart is going to come out your mouth and what your hands will do there. Yeah. So, well, you're not going to be used to that camera up there, buddy. I don't think all of mine. Oh, I reach up there and give it your finger all the time, right?
Right, if you got the driver-facing camera, yeah, you let them know who's number one.
Oh yeah, I got it.
I think he's in a bad cell zone there. Yeah, the mic's kind of cracking up this morning there, Knucklebuster. And we got a couple minutes. Let me get to the final tidbit here. I mentioned the headline earlier that. Is there actually something in D.C. that the left and the right can actually be on the same page with? This was actually a campaign promise from Donald Trump that could come true. We're going to put a temporary cap on credit card interest rates. We're going to cap it around 10%. You know, we can't let them make 25 and 30%. That was the quote from Trump on the campaign trail. Democrat Representative AOC, oh boy, and New York Republican Representative Pauline Luna, she's Florida, AOC New York, Luna Florida, have announced their support for legislation to cap credit card interest rates. Now, last month, Republican Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri and Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont introduced similar legislation in the Senate. The bill calls for a limit of 10% on all credit card interest rates. During his campaign, President Trump pledged to cap credit card rates at 10%. AOC said, we're making that pledge more than a talking point by introducing legislation to protect working people from being trapped under mountains of debt. I'm proud to be the bipartisan co-lead to this legislation. For too long, credit card companies have abused working-class Americans with absurd interest rates, trapping them in an almost insurmountable amount of debt. We need a fair solution, and that means getting rid of the status quo, putting a reasonable cap on interest rates. Yeah, Luna actually defended her partnership with AOC with the arch progressive. I would argue that this is not strange at all. Most people agree insane credit card rates are predatory. So these two legislators from opposite political sides of the aisle are undoubtedly strange bedfellows. The average credit card interest rate tops 20%, according to Bankrate. As of 2023, the average rate of 22.8%. It was the highest since the Federal Reserve actually started collecting data on credit cards in 1994. Now, that was the average rate, 22.8. There are those that are 29, 30, and higher. Yeah, most of that, it always depends on your credit score, right? Josh Hawley said these current credit card rates are exploitative, exploiting the American people. Of course, those agencies that offer the credit, they make tons and tons of money doing so. Yet to see, there's going to be some blowback. Those who would stand to lose some of that billions of dollars that are made from those outrageous interest rates, but I think the average credit card holder, surely wouldn't complain, right? If you've got a car with 23% interest on it right now, you'd love to say, hey, future purchases capped at 10%. All right there. With that, we've got to close things out. Thank you, Knuckle Buster. He tried to call back there, but hey, we're down to those final moments, Knuckle Buster. So you have a great day. Thanks for being a part of the show, as we like to say. All right, so a quiet day today, another warm day in the east and central portions of the country. But when we come back 24 hours from now, things begin to start changing. Big storm coming into the southern USA, developing to a monster storm as the week progresses. We'll have all the latest coverage for you right here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream.